There's a moment in June 1944 when the Pacific stops feeling like open water and starts behaving like a closed system. Coordinates locked, carrier groups circling, aircraft counted not as machines but as expendable margins. The Americans called it an opportunity. The Japanese Navy understood it as a narrowing corridor they could no longer avoid. Between June 19th and 20th, fleets collided in what history records as the Battle of the Philippine Sea. But that label feels too clean for what actually happened over those 2 days. Far out at sea, Task Force 58 moved with quiet precision. 15 fleet carriers, 7 light carriers, hundreds of escort vessels forming a layered shield. On their decks sat more than 900 aircraft, fighters, dive bombers, torpedo planes, each one fueled, armed, and logged into a system that calculated launch windows down to minutes. Opposite them, the Imperial Japanese Navy assembled 9 carriers with roughly 450 aircraft. On paper, it looked like a contest. In reality, it was an imbalance already beginning to erode one side before the first shot landed. What makes this collision harder to grasp is how far apart the fleets were. There was no horizon filled with ships firing at each other. Instead, the battle stretched across hundreds of miles of ocean, fought almost entirely by aircraft that lifted off, disappeared into sky, and either returned or didn't. Pilots flew into coordinates relayed through radio chains that sometimes stalled, sometimes fractured under pressure. A delay of even a few minutes could mean arriving over empty ocean or flying directly into a defensive screen that recalibrated faster than expected. Inside one American fighter cockpit, a Grumman F-6F Hellcat, the experience wasn't abstract strategy. The engine vibrated through the pilot's spine, a constant mechanical pressure that never softened. Sweat collected under a flight helmet despite the altitude. Oxygen masks fogged at the edges. Then radar vectors tightened, and the sky ahead began to fill with incoming formations. Japanese aircraft approaching in staggered waves, some flying low, others climbing to altitude, all attempting to break through a defensive grid that had been drilled relentlessly for months. Here's where the arithmetic turns brutal. American radar detected incoming strikes at distances exceeding 100 miles, giving defenders time to launch interceptors in layered waves. Fighter direction officers guided pilots with near-constant updates, altitude, bearing, speed, until interception became inevitable. The result fractured the Japanese attacks before they reached their targets. Wave after wave collided with American fighters and anti-aircraft fire. Pilots later described the sky as crowded with burning aircraft, parachutes, and debris falling into open water. I found myself lingering over a detail from pilot accounts, how quickly training disparities surfaced. Many Japanese aviators in this battle had fewer than 100 flight hours. Some had barely practiced carrier landings under combat conditions. In contrast, American pilots often exceeded 300 hours and operated within a system that rotated experienced crews back as instructors. Reading that, I couldn't ignore the imbalance. It wasn't just machines or numbers. It was accumulated experience colliding with urgency. By the end of the first day, the losses had already tilted heavily. The Japanese launched multiple large-scale strikes, over 300 aircraft in total, yet only a fraction reached American ships, and even fewer inflicted damage. American losses remained comparatively low. The phrase, Great Mariana's Turkey Shoot, would later attach itself to this battle, not as humor, but as a blunt reflection of how one-sided the aerial engagements became. But the second day carried a different tension. American forces located the Japanese fleet at extreme range, over 300 miles away. It was late afternoon, when the decision came. Launch a strike that would likely return after dark, pushing aircraft and pilots beyond standard operational limits. More than 200 American planes took off, fully aware that fuel margins would tighten dangerously on the return flight. They struck Japanese carriers, damaging several and contributing to the sinking of vessels like the Japanese aircraft carrier Taiho and Japanese aircraft carrier Shokaku. Both lost not only to bombs, but to internal explosions triggered by fuel vapor and torpedo hits. Then came the return. Night fell. Pilots navigated back across open ocean, with fuel gauges dropping toward empty. Some ditched at sea, others attempted landings on carriers barely visible in darkness. In one of the more unusual decisions of the war, American carriers turned on their deck lights, risking detection to guide returning aircraft. It worked, but not without cost. Dozens of planes were lost simply trying to land. By the time the battle ended, Japanese naval aviation had been gutted. Around 400 aircraft destroyed, along with many of their remaining experienced pilots. The carriers themselves, once the core of Japan's naval striking power, no longer held the trained air groups needed to function effectively. The loss didn't just damage the fleet, it hollowed it out from within. If you step back for a second, the Pacific shifts again. With Japanese carrier aviation eroded, American forces gained a level of operational freedom that would carry forward into subsequent campaigns. But that's the wider frame. Narrow it down, and what remains are fragments. A pilot scanning a dark horizon for a carrier that might not be there. A radio call breaking into static mid-sentence. The quiet realization that fuel has dropped below what calculations promised. Stay with that image as everything slows. You don't need to track every squadron or sortie. Let it settle into something softer. The distant hum of engines fading. The ocean stretching out beneath aircraft that may or may not find their way home. There's more ahead. The decisions, the miscalculations, the final consequences. But not all at once. Ease into it. Let the tension drift just enough for rest to find its way in. This is the entire history of the Battle of the Philippine Sea. Chapter 1. The Fuel That Wasn't There. The 11th of May, 1944. Tawi Tawi anchorage, Sulu Archipelago. The heat sits on the water like a physical weight, 91 degrees Fahrenheit by the meteorological log. Humidity somewhere north of 85%. The kind of wet tropical air that makes steel sweat and men slow. The Imperial Japanese Navy's mobile fleet is here. 9 carriers and their escorts, riding at anchor in a shallow tropical lagoon, rimmed by jungle and coral. From a distance, from the air, it looks formidable. Hundreds of warships. The largest concentration of Japanese naval power since Midway, 2 years and 11 months earlier. But something is wrong with this fleet, and the wrongness isn't visible from the air. It's chemical, it's molecular. It lives inside the fuel bunkers, in the very liquid that's supposed to make these ships a fighting force. Somewhere aboard the carrier Taiho, the newest, most heavily armoured flat-top in the Japanese inventory, barely 4 months in commission, a fuel officer is reviewing a requisition form. The specific gravity reading for the latest batch of crude oil from Tarakan, Borneo, has caught someone's attention. A single character has been penciled into the margin, so faint it might as well be a ghost. The character is way. It means dangerous. It's worth pausing here before the first aircraft launches or the first torpedo runs hot to understand why that penciled character matters more than any admiral's war plan. The fuel feeding the mobile fleet at Tawi Tawi wasn't refined aviation gasoline or properly processed bunker oil. It was unrefined Borneo crude, raw petroleum pumped more or less directly from the wellheads at Tarakan and Balikpapan into the ship's storage tanks. Japan had refineries. They were located in the home islands, thousands of miles to the north, and the tanker route between Borneo and those refineries had become, by the spring of 1944, a gauntlet of American submarines so lethal that sending a tanker north was functionally equivalent to sinking it yourself. The losses were staggering, so the Imperial Japanese Navy made what seemed like a practical decision: skip the refineries, burn the crude directly. It would work. The boilers didn't care much about fuel purity, and the ships would still move. The problem that the fuel officer's marginal note was trying to flag, was that unrefined Tarakan crude contained concentrations of light hydrocarbon fractions, pentanes and butanes primarily, that behaved very differently from processed fuel. Specifically, they evaporated aggressively at tropical ambient temperatures of 85 to 95 degrees Fahrenheit. This crude oil produced vapor pressures exceeding 8 pounds per square inch. Those vapors collected in fuel lines, in pump housings, in the gaps between storage tanks and the compartments surrounding them. They hung in the air like an invisible fog, waiting for a spark. The Taiho's fuel distribution system had been designed with this kind of risk in mind, but designed for refined fuel with predictable vapor characteristics. The carrier used a pressurized carbon dioxide inerting system that was supposed to blanket fuel storage areas with non-flammable gas, smothering any vapor before it could reach combustible concentrations. For refined fuel, with a flash point around 300 degrees Fahrenheit, this system worked beautifully. For unrefined Borneo crude, with a flash point somewhere between 130 and 170 degrees Fahrenheit, the CO2 blanketing couldn't keep up. The vapor was being produced faster than it could be suppressed. Every fuel line on the ship was, in a technical sense, a fuse. Nobody lit it. Not yet. That would come 39 days later, and when it did, it would destroy the most modern carrier in the Japanese fleet in less than 20 minutes. But here at Tawi Tawi, in mid-May, the danger existed only as a penciled character, on a form and a vague unease among the engineering staff. The official record doesn't capture unease. It captures requisition numbers and specific gravity readings. The fear lived between the lines. The fuel problem was bad enough, but Tawi Tawi had a second affliction, and this one moved under the water with periscopes and torpedo tubes. American submarines, specifically the boats operating out of Fremantle, Australia, under Rear Admiral Ralph Christie's command, had found the anchorage. They couldn't get inside the reef, but they didn't need to. They parked themselves outside the exits and waited. The USS Harder, a Gato-class submarine under the command of Commander Sam Dealey, was particularly aggressive. Dealey was the kind of submarine skipper who made Japanese destroyer captains nervous, a man whose patrol reports read with the clinical precision of a surgeon's notes. In late May and early June, Harder sank the destroyer Minetsuki and damaged others in the approaches to Tawi Tawi, creating a submarine barrier that Vice Admiral Jisaburō Ozawa, commanding the mobile fleet, couldn't ignore. Every time Ozawa considered sending his carriers out to conduct training exercises in open water, exercises his Green Air Groups desperately needed, the submarine threat pushed him back inside the reef. The fleet sat. The pilots didn't fly. The fuel slowly evaporated in its tanks, and the clock ticked toward a battle that the Americans were already preparing, and that Ozawa could feel coming but couldn't adequately rehearse for. The daily fuel consumption of a fleet at anchor is not a number that appears in dramatic narratives, but it should. Ozawa's mobile fleet, just sitting in the lagoon, maintaining auxiliary power, running distillation plants to produce fresh water, keeping electrical systems alive for communications and radar. All of this burned fuel. Approximately 3,100 tons of oil per day, according to post-war logistical reconstructions. Over the roughly 3 weeks, the fleet waited at Tawi Tawi. From late May to mid-June, this passive consumption devoured an estimated 65,000 tons of fuel. 65,000 tons, burned to produce nothing but waiting. No training sorties, no combat air patrol practice, no coordinated strike rehearsals, just the slow thermal metabolism of a fleet that was simultaneously too powerful to abandon and too constrained to use. When I work through these numbers, and I've checked them against multiple logistical analyses, including data compiled from Japanese naval records held at the Boei Kenkyujo in Tokyo, what strikes me isn't the waste itself. Waste is a constant of war. What strikes me is the invisibility of this waste. No history of the Philippine Sea begins with 65,000 tons of fuel burned at anchor. They begin with admirals and aircraft. But the fuel was the foundation on which everything else collapsed. Ozawa knew he had a problem. The question is how clearly he articulated it, and to whom. Post-war interrogations conducted by the United States Strategic Bombing Survey, the USSBS, that extraordinary and sometimes frustrating archive of defeated officers explaining themselves to their conquerors, provide two different framings of why Tawi Tawi was chosen as the fleet's anchorage. Captain Toshikazu Omae, in USSBS Interrogation Naval Number 29, states the choice was driven primarily by proximity to the Borneo fuel sources. Ozawa himself, in Naval Number 75, emphasizes proximity to the expected battle area, the Western Pacific, where the Americans were clearly preparing a major amphibious operation. These two rationales are not identical. Omae's version implies logistical desperation. The fleet went where the fuel was because it couldn't afford to go anywhere else. Ozawa's version implies offensive planning. The fleet positioned itself to strike. Both men were telling versions of the truth, but the emphasis matters enormously for how we understand what followed. When I cross-reference the fuel allocation records with the operational planning documents, I find myself siding with Omae. The fuel drove the decision. Everything else was rationalization layered on top of necessity. The training deficit was the fuel problem's twin. Replacement pilots had been arriving at Tawi Tawi throughout May, fresh from an accelerated training pipeline that was pushing young men through flight school at a pace that would have horrified pre-war instructors. Many of these pilots had as few as 75 total flight hours. Some had never landed on a carrier in anything other than calm conditions. None had practiced the specific skills they would need in 39 days. Coordinated dive bombing attacks against a defended fleet, torpedo runs requiring precise altitude and speed control, the gut-level ability to hold formation under anti-aircraft fire, while your wingman's aircraft disintegrates beside you. These skills required practice. Practice required flying. Flying required leaving the anchorage. And leaving the anchorage meant running the submarine gauntlet. Ozawa was trapped in a loop with no exit. He could protect his ships from submarines by staying inside the reef at the cost of his pilot's competence, or he could train his pilots by venturing outside at the cost of his escorts and possibly his carriers. He chose the ships. It was the rational decision. It was also the decision that guaranteed what happened over the Philippine Sea on the 19th of June would not be a battle between equals. There's a detail in the Japanese records that I keep coming back to, one that doesn't appear in any English language account I've found. Japan had functioning refineries, not many, and their output was declining under the pressure of Allied strategic bombing. But they existed at Tokuyama, at Yokkaichi, at other sites in the home islands. The problem wasn't refining capacity alone. The problem was transport. The tanker fleet that connected Borneo crude to Japanese refineries and then delivered the refined product back to the operational fleet had been ravaged. American submarines had sunk so many tankers along the Borneo to Japan route that the round trip, crude north, refined fuel south, had become logistically impractical. It was faster, and in Ozawa's calculation, less risky, to eliminate the middle steps entirely and burn the raw crude where it was available. This was not a failure of Japanese engineering or chemistry. Japanese chemists understood perfectly well what unrefined crude did in tropical heat inside a carrier's fuel system. This was an infrastructure collapse, the slow, invisible disintegration of the maritime logistics network that connected Japan's resources to Japan's war machine. You won't find this collapse on any battle map. It doesn't photograph well. It doesn't have a dramatic narrative arc. But it is, to me, the single most important factor in explaining why the Battle of the Philippine Sea ended the way it did. The Americans, for their part, were not thinking about Japanese fuel quality in May of 1944. They were thinking about Saipan. Operation Forager, the invasion of the Mariana Islands, was the next step in the Central Pacific Drive that had begun at Tarawa 6 months earlier and continued through Kwajalein and Eniwetok. Saipan mattered because it would put the new B-29 Superfortress bombers within range of the Japanese home islands, a strategic reality that Tokyo understood with perfect clarity. The Japanese High Command had designated the Marianas as part of the absolute defense perimeter, the line beyond which no further retreat was acceptable. If the Americans took Saipan, the war would move to Japan's doorstep. This meant that the American invasion, whenever it came, would trigger a Japanese naval response. Not might, would. The only questions were when, where, and with what. At Tawi Tawi, Ozawa had the answers to all three questions, and the answers were, soon, in the Philippine Sea, and with a fleet burning dangerous fuel crewed by pilots who hadn't been allowed to practice. The fleet would weigh anchor on the 13th of June, 1944, heading east through the Philippine archipelago toward a rendezvous with the American Fifth Fleet. Ozawa had a plan, a specific, coherent tactical doctrine that exploited the one genuine advantage his carriers still possessed. We'll examine that plan later. But as the mobile fleet filed out of Tawi Tawi Lagoon, past the reef where Sam Dealey's submarines had kept watch, something had already been decided. Not by admirals or war planners, but by chemistry. The unrefined Borneo crude was in the tanks. The vapor was in the lines. The undertrained pilots were in their ready rooms, studying attack profiles they had never practiced. And somewhere in an archive in Tokyo, a requisition form with a penciled warning sat in a filing cabinet, its message delivered and ignored. The fleet sailed east. The fuel sailed with it. Chapter 2. Spruent's Silence. Late May, 1944. Pearl Harbor, Territory of Hawaii. The offices of Commander, 5th Fleet, are located in a complex of low concrete buildings that smell of fresh paint and carbon paper, the institutional scent of a military bureaucracy operating at wartime velocity. Admiral Raymond Ames Spruent works here, though works may be the wrong verb. Spruent processes. He reads dispatches, reviews intelligence summaries, marks charts with small precise notations, and makes decisions that affect 127,000 men without, so far as anyone on his staff can tell, experiencing visible doubt. His desk is notably clean. His correspondence files, now held at the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island, are notable for what they don't contain: the pre-battle planning phase for Operation Forager, the invasion of the Mariana Islands. She produces surprisingly little in the way of personal reflection from the man commanding it. Other admirals of this war left paper trails like forest fires. Halsey underlined things, scrawled exclamation marks in margins, dictated colourful memoranda full of fighting language. Spruent's margins are clean. His memoranda are clipped, functional, and stripped of personality. If you are looking for the inner life of the man who would command the American side of the Philippine Sea, the archives will not help you. The silence is the evidence. This silence has created a problem for historians that is also, paradoxically, an opportunity. Because Spruent didn't externalize his thinking on paper, we are forced to reconstruct his decision-making logic from the people around him. The staff officers, the subordinate commanders, the chief of staff who translated Spruent's terse directives into operational language the fleet could execute. Captain Charles J. Moore held that position, chief of staff to the Fifth Fleet, and Moore's observations, recorded in the Fifth Fleet Action Report filed after the battle, provide the closest thing we have to a window into Spruent's mind. Moore described a man who processed information in solitude. Spruent would take long walks on the deck of his flagship, the heavy cruiser USS Indianapolis, sometimes for an hour or more, and return to the flag bridge with decisions already made. He did not invite debate. He did not solicit alternative viewpoints through the kind of staff wargaming that other commanders favored. He thought alone, decided alone, and communicated his decisions with the minimum number of words required for clarity. Moore's portrait is of a commander who had already fought the battle in his head before the first signal was sent. The strategic situation Spruent faced in late May was, on its surface, straightforward. Operation Forager would land Marines and Army troops on Saipan, beginning on the 15th of June, with Tinian and Guam to follow. The Fifth Fleet's job was to protect the invasion force and, if the Japanese fleet sorted to contest the landings, to defeat it. These two missions, protect the beachhead and destroy the enemy fleet, seemed complementary. In practice, they contained a tension that would define the entire battle and generate a controversy lasting 8 decades. Protecting the beachhead meant staying close to Saipan, maintaining a defensive posture, keeping the fleet between the invasion transports and any approaching threat. Destroying the enemy fleet meant going out to find it, which meant moving away from Saipan, leaving the transports less protected. You could optimize for one or the other. You could not fully optimize for both. Spruent had already decided which mission took priority, and characteristically, he didn't agonize about it on paper. The invasion force was the center of gravity. The fleet existed to serve the invasion, not the other way around. If the Japanese fleet came to him, he would destroy it. He would not go hunting for it at the expense of the men on the beaches. This decision, defensive, patient, risk-averse by the standards of carrier warfare, would later be characterized by his critics as timidity. The criticism came almost entirely from the aviation community, and its most articulate voice belonged to a man who wasn't even technically Spruent's subordinate in the chain of command's emotional hierarchy. Captain Arleigh Burke, Chief of Staff to Rear Admiral Mark Mitcher, who commanded Task Force 58, the fast carrier force. Burke was everything Spruent was not. Expressive, aggressive, a destroyer man by background who had earned the nickname 31-knot berg, for his willingness to push his ships to maximum speed in pursuit of the enemy. Burke and Mitchell expected an offensive battle. They expected Spruents to unleash Task Force 58 westward to find and annihilate Ozawa's carriers before the Japanese could launch a strike. The intelligence was pointing clearly toward a Japanese sortie. The American carrier force was overwhelmingly superior. 15 carriers to Japan's 9, roughly double the aircraft, triple the trained aircrew. Every instinct in the aviators' playbook said, attack. Find them. Hit them first. Don't let them set the terms. Spruent said, no. Stay close. Protect the transports. Let them come to us. The roots of this decision ran deeper than the immediate tactical situation, and understanding them requires looking backward to the 4th of June, 1942, the Battle of Midway. Spruents had commanded the American carrier force at Midway as a last-minute replacement for the hospitalized Vice Admiral Halsey, and he had won one of the most decisive naval victories in history by doing precisely what he was doing now, refusing to chase. At Midway, after the initial devastating strikes that sank 4 Japanese carriers, Spruents had pulled back rather than pursuing the retreating Japanese fleet. His critics at the time, and there were critics, argued he let a crippled enemy escape. Spruents's logic was that the enemy he could see was less dangerous than the enemy he couldn't, and that in the darkness of a Pacific night, with possible Japanese surface forces still operational, pursuit meant accepting risk for uncertain gain. He had been proven right. The same logic applied now, amplified by a factor that the aviators tended to underestimate. The Japanese had land-based air forces on Guam, Rota, and other islands in the Marianas chain. If Spruents took the carriers west in pursuit of Ozawa, he would leave the transports exposed not only to any Japanese naval force that might swing around him, the feared end run, but also to attack from land-based aircraft operating from unsuppressed airfields. The risk wasn't hypothetical. It was specific, and Spruents had been briefed on it. When I spend time with Spruents's operational files, and I've gone through the 5th Fleet records at the National Archives Record Group 313, what fascinates me isn't the decisions themselves, but the certainty with which they were made. There is no record of Spruents convening a staff meeting to debate whether to pursue or defend. No wargaming session where alternatives were weighed. No memorandum listing pros and cons. The decision appears to have been made once, early, and then simply executed. I find this both admirable and slightly unsettling. Admirable because clarity of command is a genuine military virtue. The worst thing a commander can do is vacillate, as the Japanese Admiral Nagumo demonstrated fatally at Midway. Unsettling because certainty without visible reasoning is, in any other context, a red flag. Was Spruents right because he had thought it through more deeply than anyone realized? Or was he right by temperament, a constitutionally cautious man who happened to be in a situation where caution was the correct posture? The archives cannot answer this question. They can only show us the outputs. The processing happened on the deck of Indianapolis, in the private theater of a man who didn't talk about his work. There's a document that matters here, one that Spruents's critics rarely mention. Admiral Ernest King, the Chief of Naval Operations and Commander-in-Chief of the United States Fleet, the most powerful naval officer in the American command structure, had issued pre-battle operational guidance through Admiral Nimitz that explicitly identified the capture of the Marianas as the primary objective of the operation, not the destruction of the Japanese fleet, not the pursuit of Ozawa, the capture and occupation of Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. Spruents had bureaucratic authorization from the highest level of the Navy's command hierarchy for the exact defensive posture he adopted. This doesn't settle the debate. King's guidance could be read as establishing priorities rather than prohibiting pursuit, but it means that Spruent wasn't freelancing. He was executing a mission as defined by his superiors. The aviators, who wanted an aggressive westward pursuit, were, in a sense, arguing not just against Spruent, but against King. This context tends to disappear in accounts that frame the battle as Spruent's personal failure of aggression. The Fifth Fleet that Spruent commanded into the Philippine Sea was the most powerful naval force ever assembled to that point in human history. Task Force 58 alone, Mitch's fast carriers, comprised 7 fleet carriers and 8 light carriers, carrying approximately 890 aircraft, escorted by 7 fast battleships, 21 cruisers, and 69 destroyers. Behind this striking force lay the amphibious fleet, 535 ships carrying 127,571 troops. Their equipment, their ammunition, their food, their medical supplies, and, as we'll see, their dental clinics. The total displacement of the forces under Spruent's command exceeded 2 million tons. This was not a fleet. It was a floating nation, a self-contained military civilization projected across 3,500 miles of ocean, and it was Spruent's job to keep it alive. When I think about the Spruent versus Mitchell debate, and I think about it often because it is one of those arguments where both sides are partly right, and the evidence supports neither conclusion fully, I keep returning to this number: 2 million tons. The weight of Spruent's responsibility wasn't abstract. It was measured in steel and human bodies, and he could feel every ton of it. What Spruent knew, and what the aviators sometimes seemed to forget, was that the Japanese had studied Midway too. They knew about the end run concept, the possibility of detaching a fast surface force to swing around the American carriers and strike the transports directly. Japan had, in fact, considered exactly this kind of divided force operation for Ago, the decisive battle plan. Whether Ozawa would actually attempt it was unknowable in advance, but the possibility was real, and the consequences of being wrong were catastrophic. A single Japanese surface force, battleships and cruisers, reaching the transport area off Saipan could have produced casualties in the thousands and set the Marianas campaign back by months. Spruent's defensive posture wasn't timidity. It was insurance. Expensive insurance, because the premium was paid in the form of a Japanese fleet that might escape destruction, but insurance against a loss that Spruent judged unacceptable. The aviators were willing to accept the risk. Spruent was not. Neither position was irrational. They were optimizing for different outcomes, and the difference between them was not intelligence or courage, but what each man was most afraid of losing. The fleet sailed west from the staging areas at Eniwetok and Majuro in early June, a procession of steel that took hours to clear the harbor. Spruent was aboard Indianapolis, positioned not with the carriers but with the battle line, the older, slower battleships that formed the heavy escort. This positioning was itself a statement. He was between the carriers and the transports, physically occupying the defensive position he had chosen operationally. Mitchell, aboard the carrier Lexington, was out ahead with Task Force 58, the tip of the spear, though it was a spear that Spruent intended to hold rather than throw. The two admirals communicated by radio and signal, the formal language of naval command, but beneath the formality ran a current of disagreement that everyone on both staffs could feel. Burke, on Lexington, was already composing message drafts in his head. Spruent, on Indianapolis, was taking his evening walk on the weather deck. the steel warm under his shoes, the Pacific stretching to every horizon, and the problem, protect or pursue, defend or attack, already solved in his mind. The fleet moved west. The argument moved with it. Chapter 3. The Pilot Factory That Broke a Training Field in Western Honshu, Japan. February 1944. The sound is engines. Nakajima and Mitsubishi, radials coughing to life in the cold morning air. That distinctive Japanese aviation engine note, slightly rougher than their American counterparts, a sound that mechanics could identify with their eyes closed. Iwakuni Naval Air Station sits on the shore of the inland sea, and on this particular morning, the base is running its primary flight training syllabus, which involves young men, most of them 19 or 20 years old, attempting to master the basic skills of carrier aviation. Banking, formation, flying, approaches, landings, the fundamentals that, in peacetime, would have consumed 600 or more flight hours over a period of 12 to 18 months. These young men will not receive 600 hours. The revised training syllabus, Naval Aviation Training Command Document Number 3, 417, dated this same month, has been cut from 11 pages to 2. 5 entire phases of instruction have been removed. Deflection shooting practice, multi-aircraft formation tactics, night carrier qualification, gone. Stamped with the standard approval seal. No objections noted. The machine is working faster now. It is also producing a different product. The mathematics of what happened to Japanese naval aviation between Midway and the Philippine Sea are not ambiguous. They are brutal, and they operate with the indifference of arithmetic. Between June of 1942 and June of 1944, the Imperial Japanese Navy lost approximately 1,750 carrier-qualified naval aviators. Lost is a clean word for a messy category. It includes men shot down in combat over Guadalcanal and the Solomons, men killed in the grinding air war over Rabaul, men who died of tropical disease in forward bases where medical care was primitive, and men killed in the training accidents that are an inevitable feature of high-performance aviation. The pre-war training pipeline had been designed to produce approximately 100 carrier-qualified pilots per month under conditions of ample fuel, experienced instructors, and no time pressure. By early 1944, the pipeline was pushing through 250 or more pilots per month, but the hours had been slashed, the fuel allocation for training had been cut, and the instructors, this is the part that I find most structurally devastating, the experienced instructors had been pulled from the training schools and sent to the front. This instructor drain deserves a full accounting because it created what military systems analysts call a death spiral, and once the spiral began, it could not be stopped. Here is how it worked. Experienced pilots, men with 1,000 or more flight hours, the kind of aviators who could teach a student to feel the aircraft, rather than merely operate it, were the backbone of the training system. They were also, by 1943, the only thing keeping frontline combat units operational, as losses mounted in the Solomons and the Central Pacific. The Imperial Japanese Navy made a choice: pull the instructors from the schools and send them to combat. This provided a short-term boost to frontline strength. It also meant that the training schools were now staffed by less experienced instructors, men with 500 or 600 hours, competent pilots but not master teachers. These less experienced instructors produced less competent students. The less competent students thrown into combat died faster. Their faster deaths created more vacancies at the front, which demanded more replacements, which put more pressure on the training pipeline, which pulled more instructors forward. Each iteration of the cycle degraded both ends. The front lines got weaker pilots, and the schools got weaker teachers. By the time the Philippine Sea arrived, the spiral had been running for almost a year, and its effects were measurable in the most unforgiving metric available: accident rates. The training accident records from Iwakuni and other Japanese naval air stations in early 1944 make for difficult reading. Not because they are graphic, Japanese accident reports tend toward the clinical, but because of what they reveal about the gap between what the training system was demanding and what the students could deliver. At Iwakuni alone, surviving records indicate 15 training fatalities in a single month from basic handling errors. Stall spin accidents, the most elementary failure mode in aviation, the thing a pilot is supposed to learn to avoid in his first 50 hours. Landing gear failures on approach. Students who couldn't manage the mechanical sequence of lowering gear, adjusting trim, and controlling airspeed simultaneously. See mid-air collisions during formation, flying. Two aircraft occupying the same piece of sky because the pilots lacked the spatial awareness to maintain separation. These weren't combat losses. These weren't men dying heroically against a superior enemy. These were young men dying because the institution that sent them into the air hadn't given them enough time to learn how to fly. I want to be precise about the numbers here, because precision matters, and because the comparison between Japanese and American pilot training hours is the single most statistically explanatory data point for what happened on the 19th of June. The average Japanese carrier pilot going into the Philippine Sea had approximately 75 to 150 total flight hours. Some had more. The dwindling cadre of pre-war trained veterans, section leaders and flight leaders who had survived Midway and the Solomons might have had 500 or even 1,000 hours. But these veterans were a minority, perhaps 20 to 25% of any given air group's roster. The rest were products of the accelerated pipeline. Against them, the average American Hellcat pilot in a frontline squadron like VF-16 aboard the carrier Lexington had approximately 525 total flight hours, with 300 or more of those hours specifically in the F-6F Hellcat. Many had additional hours from the Advanced Combat Training Syllabus at Naval Air Station Jacksonville, where they practiced gunnery, formation tactics, and simulated carrier strikes against defended targets. The differential was not marginal. It was not the kind of gap that courage or determination could bridge. A pilot with 100 hours of training fighting a pilot with 500 hours of training is not an underdog. He is, in statistical terms, a casualty that hasn't happened yet. When I was cross-referencing the Japanese training syllabi with the fuel allocation records, and this took some work, because the Japanese documents are fragmentary, many having been destroyed in the war's final months, I found a number that stopped me cold. In fiscal year 1943, the Japanese Navy expended approximately 47,600 tons of aviation gasoline on pilot training. By fiscal year 1944, that allocation had been cut to approximately 18,200 tons, a 62% reduction. And this reduction occurred simultaneously with an increase in the number of trainees being pushed through the system. Each student pilot was receiving roughly 1/3 the fuel per capita that baseline competency required. The arithmetic is merciless. You cannot teach a man to fly on 1/3 of the necessary fuel any more than you can teach a man to swim in 1/3 of the necessary water. The hours in the air are where the skills live. Cut the hours, and you cut the skills. The Japanese Navy knew this. The instructors knew this. The students, who had no basis for comparison, probably didn't know it. They thought they were ready because the system told them they were ready. The system was lying. There's a dimension to this that transcends statistics, and I think it's important to address it directly because the statistics, if we're not careful, become a kind of anesthetic. Each of those 15 training deaths at Iwakuni in a single month, and that's just one base in 1 month from incomplete records, represents a specific young man, probably 19 or 20, probably a volunteer motivated by patriotism or family honor, or the particular social pressures that funneled young Japanese men into military service in the 1940s. He reported to Iwakuni expecting to become a naval aviator, a member of one of the most elite military communities in Japan. He was given an aircraft, a rudimentary briefing, and insufficient time. And then he was killed by the gap between what he had been taught and what the aircraft demanded. The institution that recruited him, trained him, and sent him into the air bears responsibility for his death in a way that is qualitatively different from the responsibility it bears for combat casualties. Combat deaths are, in some grim sense, the expected cost of war. Training deaths at this rate are the cost of institutional failure. They are the cost of a system that has chosen to prioritize throughput over competence, quantity over quality, speed over survival. The contrast with the American training pipeline is not merely quantitative, more hours, more fuel, but structural. The US Navy's aviation training program in 1943 and 44 was, by any reasonable assessment, the most effective military pilot production system in history. It began with primary training in low-performance aircraft. She progressed through basic and intermediate phases with increasingly complex machines, and culminated in advanced training at specialized schools where pilots learned combat-specific skills: gunnery, dive bombing, torpedo attack, night flying, carrier qualification. The total program consumed approximately 12 to 14 months and produced a pilot with 500 to 600 hours of thoroughly documented flight time. Critically, the American system did not strip its instructors. The Navy maintained a dedicated instructor corps, many of them combat veterans rotated back from the Pacific specifically to teach, who brought real-world experience into the training syllabus without depleting frontline strength. This wasn't generosity. It was policy, a deliberate institutional decision that short-term combat strength mattered less than long-term pilot quality. The Japanese made the opposite choice. The consequences played out over the Philippine Sea on a clear June day, when two air forces, one trained and one not, met in the same sky. One detail from the Japanese training records deserves particular attention because it illuminates a structural failure that goes beyond pilot hours. The Imperial Japanese Army Air Force, a completely separate organization from the Navy, with its own training pipeline, its own aircraft procurement, its own institutional culture, actually maintained slightly higher per-pilot training hours through mid-1944 than the Navy did. This wasn't because the Army was better managed. It was because carrier aviation is inherently more skill-intensive than land-based operations. Landing on a ship that's moving at 25 knots in a crosswind requires a set of perceptual motor skills that land-based flying simply doesn't. The Navy's more dramatic training collapse was partly a function of this higher skill floor, and partly a function of something even more damaging: institutional rivalry. The two services refused to coordinate training infrastructure. They operated parallel, competing systems, duplicating effort and dividing resources, even as both were losing to the Americans. Japan's two air forces were fighting each other for fuel, for instructors, for aircraft. At the same time, they were both losing the war. The waste is almost incomprehensible, and it was entirely self-inflicted. The pilots who launched from Ozawa's carriers on the morning of the 19th of June, 1944, were the output of this broken system. They had the aircraft. Japan's industrial production, though declining, had delivered enough Zeros, Judys, and Jills to fill the air groups. They had the courage. No serious historian questions the personal bravery of Japanese naval aviators, early or late in the war. What they didn't have was the ability to find a moving fleet in open ocean using dead-reckoning navigation with a 5-degree heading error tolerance. They didn't have the muscle memory to hold a 60-degree dive at 250 knots, while anti-aircraft shells burst around them. They didn't have the formation discipline to concentrate their attacks rather than straggling in piecemeal. And many of them didn't have the carrier landing experience to recover aboard their ships, even if they survived the strike. A carrier landing requires a minimum of 30 to 40 practice attempts before a pilot achieves consistent proficiency. The perceptual skill of reading the landing signal officer's paddles while controlling airspeed, altitude, and alignment simultaneously on a pitching deck. Many of the pilots heading into the Philippine Sea had performed 6 to 10 carrier landings total. The skill wasn't there. It couldn't be. The hours hadn't been flown. The fuel hadn't been burned. The instructors had been sent to die. And now their students were following them. Chapter 4. Operation Forager's Floating City. The first week of June, 1944. Eniwetok Atoll, Marshall Islands. The lagoon is full. That sentence doesn't do justice to what full means in this context. So let me try again. 535 ships are assembled in this anchorage, packed so tightly that a man in a small boat could, in theory, cross the lagoon by stepping from deck to deck without ever touching water. Battleships, cruisers, destroyers, attack transports, cargo ships, LSTs, hospital ships, fleet oilers, ammunition ships, repair ships, and a dozen other vessel types that don't have dramatic names, but without which no amphibious operation can function. This is the Northern Attack Force and the Southern Attack Force for Operation Forager, the invasion of Saipan, Tinian, and Guam, and it represents the largest Pacific amphibious operation attempted to this point in the war. 127,571 men are aboard these ships, Marines and Army soldiers and Navy personnel, along with everything they will need to fight, eat, sleep, and survive for 90 days on hostile islands, 1,500 miles from the nearest major American base. The manifest for a single attack transport, and I've spent time with these manifests, held in the National Archives, Record Group 313, reads less like a military document and more like the inventory of a small city being relocated by sea. The cargo manifests are where the scale of this operation becomes tangible. One form, a standard Navy supply requisition for Attack Transport Division 26, survives in the archives. Line item 3,847 reads, toilet paper, rolls, 14,000. Someone has crossed out the 14,000 in red pencil and written 22,000 with an annotation per a supply officer, noting that the Marines would need more than the original estimate suggested. It is the most human document in the entire Philippine Sea archive. I mention it not as comedy, but as evidence. An invasion force is not a collection of warriors. It is a biological system, 127,000 bodies that must be fed, hydrated, sheltered, medicated, and yes, provided with toilet paper every single day for months, thousands of miles from home. The logistics of this biological maintenance are staggering, and almost entirely absent from standard accounts of the battle that followed. We remember the aircraft. We forget the 14,000 rolls of toilet paper that someone decided weren't enough. The total cargo embarked in the Forager amphibious fleet measured approximately 1,543,000 measurement tons. To understand what that means in concrete terms, it included 87,000 tons of ammunition, enough explosives to approximate, in raw TNT equivalents, not nuclear yield, the destructive power of roughly 40 Hiroshima-type atomic weapons. It included enough food for 90 days. It included water distillation equipment, because Saipan's fresh water supply was expected to be inadequate and possibly contaminated. It included road building equipment, because the Marines would need to move supplies from beach to front line, and there were no roads suitable for heavy military traffic. And it included 14 complete dental clinics, with chairs, drills, and X-ray equipment. Dental clinics. The invasion planners had looked at the expected campaign duration on Saipan and concluded it would last long enough that Marines would develop dental problems requiring professional treatment. This detail is small, but I find it revelatory. It tells us that the men planning Forager were not thinking in terms of a dramatic assault followed by a quick victory. They were thinking in terms of a sustained occupation, a grinding campaign measured in months, during which ordinary human needs, toothaches included, would have to be met. Every item in that 1,543,000 tons had to be loaded onto a specific ship in a specific order, and the order mattered in ways that could determine whether men lived or died. The Navy had learned this lesson at Guadalcanal 2 years earlier, where administratively loaded transports, cargo organized for efficient use of space, had required hours of rummaging through holds to find the ammunition the Marines needed immediately. The doctrine that emerged was called combat loading, organizing cargo for tactical accessibility rather than spatial efficiency. Under combat loading, the items needed first ashore, demolition charges, medical supplies, 81mm mortar ammunition, were placed in the uppermost layers of the topmost holds, directly accessible to the ship's cargo booms. Heavier equipment needed later, vehicles, construction materials, bulk provisions, went deeper. This arrangement wasted approximately 40% of a transport's cargo capacity, 40%. Almost half the ship's volume was sacrificed to ensure that the right crate could be pulled out of the right hold at the right moment. No one discusses this cost, but it meant the invasion force required roughly 40% more ships than a purely efficient loading scheme would have demanded. The inefficiency was the point. Combat loading was a tax paid in hulls and fuel to buy time on the beach. The vulnerability of this floating city was not abstract. A loaded ammunition transport hit by a single torpedo or a single well-placed bomb could produce a secondary explosion of staggering magnitude. 87,000 tons of ammunition, distributed across dozens of ships, meant that each individual ship carried enough explosives to destroy itself and everything within several hundred yards. The transport area off Saipan would be, for the duration of the unloading, one of the most explosive concentrations of material in human history. This was what Spruent was protecting, not a concept, not a strategic abstraction. Specific ships carrying specific cargoes, anchored in a specific patch of ocean, surrounded by men in the water and on the beach who would be utterly defenseless if the Japanese fleet or Japanese aircraft reached them. Every time the debate about Spruent's caution arises, why didn't he pursue Ozawa? Why didn't he unleash Mitcha? I come back to this number, 1,543,000 tons, sitting still, waiting to be unloaded, nakedly exposed to any threat that penetrated the fleet screen. The weight of that responsibility doesn't excuse Spruent's decision, but it explains it. The gap between delivered to the beach and delivered to the front line was another lesson the Navy and Marines were still learning, and it produced one of the more interesting source conflicts in the Forager records. Marine after-action reports from the 2nd and 4th Marine Divisions, which landed on Saipan on the 15th of June, consistently complain about insufficient ammunition supply during the first 48 hours. The complaints are specific. Not enough 60mm mortar rounds, not enough hand grenades, delays in getting heavy machine gun ammunition forward. Navy Transport Commander's reports, filed simultaneously, claimed deliveries were on schedule and that discharge rates met or exceeded planning targets. Both sides were telling the truth from their own perspective. The Navy measured success at the waterline, cargo removed from ship, placed on beach. The Marines measured success at the fighting position, ammunition in hand, ready to fire. The gap between those 2 points, perhaps 2 miles of contested, chaotic beachhead, was where the system broke down. Getting a crate from a cargo net to the sand was a Navy problem. Getting that crate from the sand to a foxhole 2 miles inland, under fire, over rough terrain, using whatever vehicles and manpower were available, was a Marine problem. Nobody owned the gap. It's a detail that I find myself drawn to, not because it changes the battle's narrative, but because it illuminates how differently 2 organizations can experience the same event. The Navy saw a functioning supply chain. The Marines saw empty ammunition pouches. Behind the combat transports, she positioned further out to sea, sat the hospital ships, USS Solace and USS Relief, white-hulled and marked with red crosses, theoretically protected by international law from enemy attack. Their surgical teams had been rehearsing mass casualty triage for weeks, preparing for an estimated 8,000 to 10,000 casualties in the first 2 weeks of the Saipan campaign. The actual figure would exceed this estimate. The hospital ships carried operating theatres, blood banks, X-ray facilities, and recovery wards. Everything needed to process a conveyor belt of wounded men arriving by boat from the beach, stabilize the most critical cases, and transfer the others to rear area hospitals at Niwetok or Pearl Harbor. The planning documents for the hospital ships are among the most soberly detailed in the entire Forager archive. They include projections for specific wound types: blast injuries, gunshot wounds, burns, crush injuries from falling coral, tropical infections. The planners knew with actuarial precision approximately how many of each type they could expect. They didn't know the names. The names would come later on the casualty lists that would ripple back across the Pacific to mailboxes in small towns that had never heard of Saipan. It's worth stepping back for a moment to consider what this floating city looked like from the Japanese perspective, because the view from the other side reframes the entire battle. To Ozawa, sailing east from Tawi Tawi, the American amphibious force wasn't a logistical marvel. It was a target, a fat, slow, catastrophically vulnerable target, anchored in place, unable to maneuver, packed with explosives and men and fuel. If Ozawa's carriers could get their aircraft through the American Combat Air Patrol and the anti-aircraft screen, a concentrated strike on the transport area could produce casualties and material losses on a scale that might force the Americans to withdraw, or at least delay the invasion long enough for Japanese ground forces on Saipan to prepare stronger defenses. This was not a fantasy. It was a reasonable military calculation based on the known vulnerability of amphibious shipping to air attack. The history of the Pacific War to this point was littered with examples. The transports burned at Guadalcanal, the landing craft destroyed at Tarawa. Ozawa didn't need to sink the American carriers. He needed to get past them. The transports were the prize. And Spruent's, whatever the aviators thought of his caution, she understood this with perfect clarity. The unloading began on the 15th of June and would continue for weeks. A grinding industrial process conducted under intermittent air attack from Japanese land-based aircraft operating from fields on Saipan, Tinian, and Guam that had not yet been fully neutralized. The unloading parties, Navy shore parties, and Marine logistics units worked in shifts around the clock, moving cargo from ship to beach through a surf zone that was frequently under mortar fire from Japanese positions on the high ground beyond the beaches. The work was exhausting, dangerous, and completely unglamorous. No one would make a documentary about a Navy seaman operating a cargo winch for 12 hours in tropical heat, while occasional shells landed in the water nearby. But without that seaman, and the thousands like him, the Marines on the front line ran out of ammunition. The entire edifice of the Pacific campaign rested on the shoulders of men whose names appear only on muster rolls and cargo manifests, not in histories of the battle. By the evening of the 18th of June, 3 days into the Saipan landings, the transport area was still operating. The beaches were secured, if chaotic. Cargo was flowing, if imperfectly. Casualties were mounting, but within the planner's grim projections. And somewhere to the west, beyond the horizon, Ozawa's mobile fleet was approaching. Spruent's had positioned Task Force 58 between the transports and the direction of the expected Japanese approach, west-southwest, creating a shield of carriers, battleships, and destroyers that would have to be penetrated before any Japanese aircraft could reach the transport area. 535 ships sat behind that shield, 127,000 men, 1,543,000 tons of cargo, including 87,000 tons of ammunition and 14 dental clinics. The stakes were measured in tonnage and teeth and toilet paper, and every pound of it depended on the decisions of two men who had never met. Raymond Spruent, who intended to hold the line, and Jisaburō Ozawa, who intended to break it. Chapter 5. The Codebreaker's Headache. Pearl Harbor, territory of Hawaii. The second week of June, 1944. The building is nondescript, a concrete structure that looks like every other administrative building in the Pearl Harbor complex, which is exactly the point. Inside, the Joint Intelligence Center, Pacific Ocean Areas, JICPOA, operates around the clock, processing the raw material of signals intelligence into something that admirals can use. The work is not glamorous. It is, in fact, tedious to a degree that would astonish anyone who imagines code breaking as a flash of insight rather than a grinding industrial process. Hundreds of intercepted Japanese naval messages arrive daily from listening stations scattered across the Pacific, from Wahiawa on Oahu, from stations in Australia, from mobile units aboard ships. Each message is a string of 5-digit number groups, encrypted in the latest variant of JN25, the primary Japanese naval operational code. Most of the messages are routine: supply requests, weather reports, personnel transfers. But somewhere in the stream, buried under layers of additive encryption and procedural formatting, are the messages that matter: fleet movement orders, operational directives, the signals that will reveal when and where Ozawa's mobile fleet intends to fight. The popular mythology of Allied code-breaking, ultra, magic, the genius of Bletchley Park and its Pacific equivalents, tends to present signals intelligence as a kind of omniscience. The codebreakers read the enemy's mail, and therefore the Allies knew what the enemy was going to do. This is, to put it generously, an oversimplification. By mid-1944, the Japanese Navy had changed its code systems and additive tables frequently enough that FRUPAC, the Fleet Radio Unit, Pacific, the Operational Code-Breaking Center at Pearl Harbor, was working with partial readability at best. The latest JN25 variant was approximately 60 to 70% decryptable, which sounds impressive until you consider what it means in practice. 3 out of every 10 code groups in a message were unreadable, and those unreadable groups had an irritating tendency to be the ones that contained the critical information: ship names, coordinates, dates. What FRUPAC produced was not a clear transcript. It was a document with holes, and the analyst's job was to fill those holes with inference, context, and educated guessing. Sometimes they guessed right. Sometimes they didn't. The difference between the mythology and the reality is the difference between reading a book and reading a book that's been through a shredder. The technical process of breaking a JN25 message deserves a moment of attention because it illuminates why the intelligence picture was fragmentary rather than complete. The code used a 2-layer encryption system. First, a code book converted Japanese words and phrases into 5-digit numerical groups. So the word for carrier became a specific 5-digit number. The word for attack became another, and so on. Then a second layer was applied. A 5-digit additive table, essentially a book of random numbers, was added to each code group. To decrypt a message, FRUPAC's analysts had to first identify which additive table was being used and where in the table the message started. A cryptanalytic challenge that required pattern recognition, statistical analysis, and the grinding computational power of IBM tabulating machines running 20-hour days. Only after stripping the additive could the underlying code groups be looked up in the partially reconstructed codebook. If the additive was wrong, the code groups came out as gibberish. If the code group wasn't in the reconstructed codebook, it remained a 5-digit mystery. The process was slow, partial, and subject to error at every stage, and the Japanese kept changing the additive tables, which meant the work of stripping them had to begin again with each change. What JICPOA delivered to Admiral Spruent in the days before the battle was not a crystal-clear picture of Japanese intentions. It was a mosaic with significant gaps. The intelligence community could confirm that a major Japanese naval operation was being planned. The sheer volume of intercepted traffic made this obvious, even without reading the content. They could confirm that Ozawa's mobile fleet had sortied from Tawi Tawi. They could provide approximate force composition estimates. What they could not provide, with any useful precision, was Ozawa's exact position, his precise course, his formation, or whether he intended to attack as a single unified force or divide his fleet into multiple approach vectors. The pre-battle intelligence estimate from JYCPOA credited the Japanese mobile fleet with approximately 430 to 475 carrier aircraft across 9 carriers. Mitchell's own Task Force 58 intelligence staff, working independently, estimated closer to 350 to 375, based on their assessment of Japanese air group strength after recent combat attrition. The actual number was approximately 440. JICPOA was closer, but Mitchell's staff believed their own estimate was more credible because it was based on operational rather than theoretical strength. Both estimates were defensible. Neither was complete. This is the reality of intelligence work. Competing assessments, each supported by evidence, each partially wrong, and the commander has to choose which one to plan against. A particular complication was the confusion between Ozawa's carrier force and Vice Admiral Kakuji Kakuta's land-based air forces in the Marianas. Kakuta commanded the 1st Air Fleet, land-based naval aircraft operating from fields on Guam, Shirota, Tinian, and other islands. His communications used radio frequencies and procedural formats that overlapped with Ozawa's carrier force communications, and FRUPAC analysts intermittently confused the two. This created a period in early June where intelligence estimates briefly suggested two major Japanese naval forces converging on the Marianas, a phantom duplication that caused genuine alarm before it was resolved. The confusion wasn't incompetence. It was a structural feature of the intelligence problem. When two organizations use similar communication protocols, distinguishing their signals from a distance requires contextual clues that are sometimes absent, especially when both organizations are encrypting their traffic and you can only read 60 to 70% of it. When I was working through the JICPOA Daily Intelligence Summaries, held at the National Archives, Record Group 457, I found something that I think reveals more about the nature of signals intelligence than any of the dramatic decrypt stories. In the first 2 weeks of June 1944, FRUPAC processed approximately 2,300 intercepted Japanese naval messages. Of those, roughly 1,450 were at least partially decryptable. Of those 1,450, approximately 37 contained information directly relevant to Ozawa's sortie: ship movements, operational directives, force composition details that bore on the question of when and where the Japanese fleet would fight. 37 messages out of 2,300 intercepts. That's a signal-to-noise ratio of about 1.6%. The intelligence picture that guided American decisions at the Philippine Sea was built on 37 fragments extracted from a river of 2,300. It fascinates me that we've allowed the mythology of code breaking to obscure this reality. Ultra wasn't omniscience. It was panning for gold, patient, laborious, and dependent on processing vast quantities of gravel to find a few flakes of metal. The intelligence inputs that ultimately mattered most for the battle were not code breaks at all. They were submarine sighting reports and traffic analysis. On the 15th and 16th of June, two American submarines, USS Flying Fish and USS Seahorse, provided the critical sighting reports confirming that Ozawa's fleet had sortied through San Bernardino Strait and was heading east. These reports were transmitted by radio, which introduced time delays, and the position data was based on periscope observations at range. Visual estimates subject to errors of 10 to 15 nautical miles. But they were direct, unambiguous, and current. The enemy fleet has sailed. It is heading this way. It consists of carriers and escorts. This was the kind of information no code break could improve upon, because it was based on a man looking through a periscope and seeing ships. Simultaneously, traffic analysis, the practice of counting and cataloguing encrypted messages without reading their content, had flagged a massive spike in Japanese naval communications beginning around the 11th of June. The spike's pattern, routing, and volume were consistent with a major fleet operation. Traffic analysis had detected the sortie approximately 18 hours before any code break confirmed it. The quantity of enemy chatter was, in this instance, more informative than its content. High-frequency direction finding, HF/DF, known as Huff Duff in the operational slang of the period, provided another input, though a frustratingly imprecise one. Shore-based and shipboard direction finding stations attempted to triangulate Ozawa's radio transmissions on the 17th of June as the Japanese fleet moved east across the Philippine Sea. The resulting fix placed Ozawa's fleet within a probability ellipse roughly 100 nautical miles long. an area of ocean approximately the size of a large American state. This was useful for confirming that the Japanese fleet was generally to the west-southwest of Saipan. It was useless for targeting a strike. You cannot launch aircraft at a probability ellipse. You need a point on a chart, and Huff Duff couldn't provide one with sufficient accuracy. The gap between what intelligence could tell Spruents, the enemy is out there, heading roughly this way, with approximately this many ships, and what Spruents needed to know to make offensive decisions. The enemy is precisely here, at this coordinate, in this formation, was the gap in which the battle's central controversy grew. The Japanese, it should be noted, they had their own intelligence apparatus, and it was failing them in different but equally consequential ways. Japanese radio intelligence had detected the American buildup at Eniwetok and the subsequent movement of the invasion force toward the Marianas. This intelligence was accurate and timely. The Japanese knew the Americans were coming. What Japanese intelligence could not provide was the composition and disposition of the American carrier force with anything like the detail that JICPOA was achieving in the other direction. The intelligence asymmetry was not total. The Americans were partially blind. The Japanese were more blind, but it was significant enough to shape every decision both sides made. Spruents didn't know exactly where Ozawa was, but knew roughly what Ozawa had. Ozawa didn't know exactly what Spruents had or where it was positioned. Both men were making decisions in fog. The American fog was lighter. By the evening of the 18th of June, Spruents had assembled the pieces of an incomplete puzzle. He knew Ozawa had sortied with approximately 9 carriers and a substantial surface escort. He knew the Japanese fleet was somewhere to the west, heading toward the Marianas. He did not know Ozawa's exact position, his formation, his attack plan, or his timing. Mitcher, aboard Lexington with Task Force 58, wanted to race west through the night, close the distance, and launch a dawn strike against the Japanese fleet. Spruent said no. His reasoning, reconstructed from the fragmentary evidence of staff conversations and the after-action report, was grounded in what he didn't know. He didn't know if Ozawa had divided his force. He didn't know if a Japanese detachment was swinging around to the south to hit the transports. He didn't know if Kakuta's land-based air on Guam had been fully suppressed. In the absence of certainty, Spruents chose the posture that covered the most threats. He stayed between Ozawa and Saipan. The fleet would fight defensively, on ground of Spruents's choosing, using the advantages that defensive fighting provided. The radar would see them coming. The Hellcats would meet them in the air. The fleet's anti-aircraft batteries would handle whatever got through, and the transports would be safe. The codebreakers had given Spruents enough to prepare. They hadn't given him enough to pursue. In the gap between those two capabilities, the shape of the battle was determined. Chapter 6. Ozawa's Gamble. The Outrange Doctrine. The Philippine Sea, somewhere west of the Mariana Islands. The 18th of June, 1944. Aboard the carrier Zuikaku, the last surviving veteran of the Pearl Harbor strike, a ship whose name carried more historical weight than perhaps any other hull in the Japanese fleet, the air operations staff is finalizing the attack plan. The plan has a name in the Japanese operational lexicon, AGO. It has a tactical doctrine at its center, one that rests on a single exploitable asymmetry between the Japanese and American carrier forces. And it has a phrase, repeated 7 times in 3 pages of the planning document, underlined so hard in its first appearance that the pen tore through the paper. Yiji li tuo, ichigeki ridatsu, one strike, break away. The plan is not irrational. It is not the product of delusion or fanaticism. It is, on paper, a coherent tactical concept that exploits the one genuine advantage Japanese carriers still possess in the summer of 1944. The problem is that it depends on variables its architects cannot control, and by the time those variables resolve, it will be too late to adjust. The advantage was range, specifically aircraft range. The Japanese carrier air groups were equipped with aircraft that could fly significantly farther than their American counterparts, a design philosophy rooted in the pre-war Japanese doctrine of striking first and striking hard from beyond the enemy's reach. The Yokosuka D-4Y Suisei dive bomber, Allied codename Judy, had a maximum combat radius of approximately 580 nautical miles when carrying ordnance and flying at economical cruise speed. The Nakajima B-6N Tenzan torpedo bomber, Jill, had a similar extended radius. Against these, the American Curtiss SB-2C Helldiver had a combat radius of approximately 370 nautical miles, and the Grumman TBF Avenger was in a similar bracket. The arithmetic was straightforward. There existed a zone between approximately 370 and 580 nautical miles from the American fleet, where Japanese aircraft could operate, but American aircraft could not reach them in return. Ozawa called this the outrange zone. His entire battle plan was built on reaching this zone, and launching his strikes from within it, and keeping his carriers safely beyond the Americans' retaliatory reach. If the geometry worked, he could hit without being hit. It was the naval aviation equivalent of a boxer with a longer reach, and on paper, it looked like the first sound tactical concept the Japanese Navy had produced since Midway. But Ozawa added a second layer of innovation to the basic outrange concept, one that was genuinely clever and that reveals a mind working creatively within severe constraints. The shuttle bombing plan. Instead of launching from carriers, striking the American fleet, and then returning to the same carriers, the standard carrier strike cycle, Ozawa's aircraft would launch, strike, and then continue east, landing on Japanese-held airfields on Guam and Rabaul. There they would rearm, refuel, and strike the American fleet again on their return flight to the carriers. Each aircraft would effectively get 2 attack runs for a single launch cycle. This doubled the theoretical strike capacity of his air groups without requiring additional aircraft. It was an elegant solution to the problem of a numerically inferior force needing to deliver maximum ordnance on target. It was also entirely dependent on 2 assumptions. First, that the airfields on Guam and Rabaul would be operational and adequately supplied with fuel and ammunition when his aircraft arrived. And second, that his pilots could navigate 500 miles of open ocean, deliver an attack against a defended fleet, and then find a small island airfield while running on the fumes of their fuel and their training. Both assumptions would prove fatally wrong. The first assumption collapsed because of a man Ozawa was counting on and couldn't verify, Vice Admiral Kakuji Kakuta, commanding the 1st Air Fleet, the land-based naval air forces in the Marianas. Ozawa's operational plan assumed Kakuta had approximately 500 operational land-based aircraft available to support the shuttle bombing plan and to conduct independent strikes against the American fleet. This number appears in the AGO planning documents and in Ozawa's post-war testimony to USSBS interrogators. The actual number of operational land-based aircraft in the Marianas by the 19th of June was probably closer to 50, maybe 100, depending on how generously you define operational. The discrepancy is enormous. 400 aircraft that existed on paper but not on tarmac, and its origin is one of the battle's genuinely unresolved mysteries. Did Kakuta deliberately inflate his aircraft numbers to avoid the shame of reporting inadequacy? Or was Kakuta himself misinformed, operating on reports from subordinate commanders who were inflating their own numbers in a cascading chain of institutional dishonesty. The question cannot be definitively answered because Kakuta died on Saipan in July of 1944 and left no post-war testimony. American interrogators pressed surviving Japanese officers on this point, and the answers were contradictory. Some believed Kakuta was lying, others believed he was honestly wrong. To me, the pattern of communications failures throughout the Japanese chain of command suggests systemic breakdown rather than individual deception. The system wasn't designed to transmit bad news accurately. It filtered failure upward through layers of face-saving language until, by the time a number reached the fleet commander, it bore only a passing resemblance to reality. Ozawa organized his mobile fleet into 3 groups, a disposition designed to allow sequential strikes with mutual support, while keeping the valuable fleet carriers as far from the enemy as possible. The van force, commanded by Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita, the same Kurita who would later lead the center force at Leyte Gulf, comprised 3 light carriers, 4 battleships, including the super battleships Yamato and Musashi, and associated escorts. This force was positioned approximately 100 nautical miles ahead of the main body, serving as both the first strike element and a surface combat screen. Behind the van force came Force A, Ozawa's own group, built around the 3 fleet carriers, Taiho, Shokaku, and Zuikaku, the most capable ships in the fleet. And behind Force A came Force B under Rear Admiral Joshima, with 2 light carriers and the converted carrier Hio. The echelon formation allowed Ozawa to launch strikes sequentially, Van Force first, then Force A, then Force B, maintaining pressure on the American fleet over several hours rather than in a single pulse. The weakness was communications. 100 nautical miles of separation between the van force and the main body meant relay delays, signal degradation, and the persistent possibility that one element would lose contact with the others. In the age of radio, 100 miles shouldn't have mattered. In practice, with the Japanese fleet's communications architecture already strained by the loss of experienced radio operators and the limitations of shipboard equipment, it mattered enormously. There was one tactical advantage that Ozawa possessed that is almost never mentioned in English language accounts, and it deserves recognition because it was real and it was significant. Wind direction. In the Philippine Sea in June, the prevailing trade winds blow from the east. Carriers must turn into the wind to launch and recover aircraft. The wind speed over the deck adds to the aircraft's airspeed, allowing a shorter takeoff roll and a slower approach speed for landing. For Ozawa, she heading east toward the Americans, launching into the wind meant launching toward his target. He could maintain his course while conducting air operations. For Spruents and Mitcher, heading west toward Ozawa, launching into the wind meant turning east, turning away from the enemy to conduct flight operations. Every launch and recovery cycle would cost the American fleet 20 to 30 minutes of westward progress. Over the course of a day of intensive flight operations, this wind penalty could add up to 50 or more nautical miles of lost distance. It was a genuine, physics-based tactical advantage for the Japanese, one of the very few they possessed, and it influenced both sides' operational planning. Mitcher knew about the wind penalty. It was one more reason he wanted to close the distance with Ozawa as quickly as possible. Every mile of range between the fleets amplified the wind's effect. When I sit with the AGO planning documents, and these are reconstructed documents, assembled from fragments and post-war testimony rather than surviving originals, so caveat lector, what I find myself resisting is the gravitational pull of hindsight. It is overwhelmingly tempting to read this plan as foolish. The pilots can't navigate. The airfields are cratered. The fuel is dangerous. The communications are unreliable. Everything about this plan is a house of cards built on a foundation of incorrect assumptions. But that reading is only possible because we know how the story ends. Evaluated in the context of Ozawa's available information, inflated aircraft counts from Kakuta, genuine range superiority, favorable wind conditions, a tactical innovation in shuttle bombing that could theoretically double his strike capacity. The outrange doctrine was not delusional. It was the most rational option available to an inferior force. Ozawa was not trying to win the war with this battle. He was trying to inflict enough damage on the American amphibious force to delay the fall of the Marianas, buying time for Japan to strengthen its inner defenses. Given his resources and his information, the plan was sound. Given reality, which differed from his information at every critical point, it was doomed. The gap between those two assessments is the gap between intelligence and truth, and it is a gap that no commander in history has fully closed. Ozawa himself may have understood this better than his plan suggests. There is post-war evidence, fragmentary as always, filtered through the US SBS interrogation process, that Ozawa personally argued against Eigo's timing. He wanted more time to train his pilots, more time to verify Kakuta's aircraft numbers, more time to integrate the new carriers and their green crews into a functioning fleet. Combined Fleet Headquarters under Admiral Sumu Toyoda overruled him. The American invasion of Saipan, which began on the 15th of June, forced the issue. Eigo was activated not because the fleet was ready, but because the strategic situation demanded action, regardless of readiness. Ozawa was ordered to fight with what he had when he had it, whether he was ready or not. This means the man most associated with the plan's failure was the man who most clearly understood its weaknesses. He sailed east, not with confidence, but with obedience, executing a plan he had argued against, with pilots he knew were not prepared, carrying fuel he knew was dangerous, toward a fleet he knew was stronger. The phrase Yijili Tuo, one strike, breakaway, appears 7 times in the planning document. It reads, with the benefit of hindsight, less like a tactical directive than like a prayer. The mobile fleet cleared the Philippine archipelago on the 18th of June and entered the open waters of the Philippine Sea, heading east at approximately 20 knots. The formation was spread across roughly 150 nautical miles of ocean. The van force ahead, Force A in the center, Force B trailing. Ozawa was aboard Taiho, the newest carrier, the most heavily armored, the one with the dangerous fuel in its bunkers and the untested crew at its stations. Ahead of him, the American submarine picket line was reporting his position. Behind him, the fuel dumps of Borneo grew more distant with every mile, and somewhere over the eastern horizon, Spruent's fleet waited with its radar spinning, its Hellcats fueled and armed, and its fighter direction officers studying their plotting boards. The outrange doctrine had been written. The shuttle bombing plan had been briefed. The pilots had been told what to do. Whether they could do it, whether anyone could have done it, given the tools and the training and the fuel they had been given, was a question that would be answered in approximately 24 hours. The fleet sailed east. The wind blew from the east. And for a few more hours, the plan existed in its pure, theoretical form, uncontaminated by contact with the enemy. The total displacement of Ozawa's mobile fleet, 9 carriers, 5 battleships, 13 cruisers, 28 destroyers, and assorted support vessels, was approximately 483,000 tons. Mitchell's Task Force 58, sailing to meet it, displaced roughly 978,000 tons. Ozawa was outweighed by a factor of 2-1. The outrange doctrine wasn't just a tactical preference. It was an acknowledgement, written in operational planning language, of fundamental material inferiority. Ozawa could not trade blows with this fleet. He could not absorb losses at the same rate. He could not replace aircraft or pilots at the same speed. His only option was to hit without being hit, to exploit the range gap, to use geometry as a substitute for mass. It was the strategy of a weaker force, and there is no shame in it. Weaker forces have used range and maneuver to defeat stronger ones throughout military history. But the strategy required precision, and precision required training, and training required fuel and time. And fuel and time were the two things the Imperial Japanese Navy had run out of. The plan sailed east. Its contradictions sailed with it. Chapter 7. The Radar Picket Line. The 18th of June, 1944. Somewhere west of Saipan, aboard the destroyer USS Stockholm. The radar maintenance log, a cloth-bound notebook kept in the ship's electronics workshop. A space roughly the size of a household closet, humid, smelling of solder flux and warm bakelite. Records an entry that is, in the plainest possible sense, the most consequential maintenance action of the entire battle. A radar technician has replaced the magnetron tube in the ship's SK air search antenna. The old tube's output had degraded to 62% of rated power. The replacement, freshly calibrated, is producing 97%. The operator reports that detection range on the calibration target has improved from approximately 88 nautical miles to roughly 140. The entry is clinical, tube swapped, calibration confirmed, range improved. But the entire defensive architecture of Task Force 58, the system that will detect Ozawa's incoming strikes with enough warning to scramble 300 Hellcats and stack them at altitude, depends on entries exactly like this one, made by men whose names rarely appear in battle histories. Spruent and Mitcher had positioned a screen of radar picket destroyers approximately 50 to 60 nautical miles west of the main carrier formation. These ships were the fleet's early warning system, lone destroyers sitting beyond the protective umbrella of the carrier group's anti-aircraft guns, their sole function to detect incoming aircraft on radar and transmit bearing and range data back to the carrier's combat information centers. The picket ships were exposed, and they knew it. If Japanese aircraft found them before reaching the main fleet, the destroyers would be targets with limited self-defense capability. The men on these ships understood their role in the system. They were the tripwire. They existed to see the enemy first, report immediately, and survive if they could. The courage required to sit alone on an empty ocean, watching a radar scope, knowing that the first sign of the enemy would appear as a green blip moving toward you, is a specific kind of courage that doesn't lend itself to dramatic retelling. It is the courage of waiting. The radar that made this system possible, the SK air search set, was not a precision instrument by any modern standard. It operated at approximately 200 megahertz in the L-band, with a peak power output of 200 kilowatts generated by a magnetron tube that had a service life measured in hundreds of hours before performance degradation set in. The antenna assembly weighed approximately 1,200 pounds and was mounted on a mast 85 feet above the waterline on a Fletcher-class destroyer, a position that maximized radar horizon distance but also exposed the antenna to constant salt spray, wind loading, and the vibration transmitted up through the ship's hull from the engines below. The waveguide, a rigid copper tube roughly 40 feet long, connecting the mast-mounted antenna to the below-decks transmitter, was the system's most fragile link. A single crack in the waveguide, caused by metal fatigue from vibration or corrosion from salt intrusion, could reduce transmitted power by 30% or more. The 140-mile detection range recorded in the Stockholm's maintenance log was near the theoretical maximum for the SK set against a formation of aircraft at altitude. Achieving it required the magnetron to be fresh, the waveguide to be intact, and the atmospheric conditions to cooperate. On the 19th of June, all three factors aligned. The atmospheric conditions on that date deserve specific technical attention because they were, in a measurable sense, fighting on the American side. The Philippine Sea's weather on the 19th of June produced a thermal inversion layer at approximately 2,000 feet altitude, a boundary where warm air above trapped cooler, denser air below, creating a waveguide effect for electromagnetic radiation. Radar signals, particularly in the L-band frequency range of the SK set, tend to follow such inversion layers rather than radiating into space, effectively bending around the curvature of the Earth and extending detection ranges well beyond normal line-of-sight calculations. Under standard atmospheric conditions, the SK radar's reliable detection range for a large aircraft formation at 10,000 feet was approximately 80 to 100 nautical miles. On the 19th of June, operators on multiple ships reported initial detections at ranges between 140 and 150 nautical miles. The physics were giving the Americans a gift, an extra 50 miles of warning, translating to roughly 20 additional minutes of preparation time. 20 minutes in a carrier air defense scenario is the difference between Hellcats at altitude with energy to spare and Hellcats caught low and climbing. The detection itself, when it came, was not the clean, dramatic moment that battle narratives prefer. Radar returns at extreme range are ambiguous, faint, intermittent, easily confused with sea return clutter or atmospheric anomalies. The action report from the carrier Lexington claims initial radar detection of the first Japanese strike at approximately 150 miles. The radar plot logs from Lexington's Combat Information Center, however, show the first ambiguous returns at closer to 140 miles, with positive identification as a large aircraft formation only at approximately 130. The 20-mile discrepancy between the action report and the plot log matters more than it might seem. 20 miles at the inbound speed of a Japanese strike group, roughly 180 knots, represents approximately 7 minutes of flight time. 7 minutes of additional warning means 7 minutes of additional climb time for defending fighters, which at the Hellcat's rate of climb translates to roughly 3,000 feet of altitude advantage. Air combat, like so much of warfare, runs on margins that look trivial on paper and prove decisive in practice. The real innovation wasn't the radar hardware itself. The Japanese had radar too, including the Type 21 air search set aboard Taiho and other carriers. The innovation was the system built around the radar, the Combat Information Center, a dedicated compartment aboard each carrier where radar operators, fighter direction officers, plotters, and communications personnel work together to convert raw radar returns into tactical decisions in real time. The CIC was in effect a manual information processing center, a room full of humans doing with grease pencils, plotting boards, and voice radio what a computer would do in a later era. Lieutenant Joseph Eggert, the fighter direction officer aboard Lexington, would manage the defensive battle from this room, vectoring individual Hellcat divisions onto incoming raids by radio, assigning altitude blocks to prevent mid-air collisions between friendly fighters, and maintaining a continuously updated picture of the air situation on a transparent plotting board that displayed every friendly and hostile track in the fleet's radar coverage. The Japanese had radar. They did not have this system. Aboard Japanese carriers, radar returns were reported verbally to the bridge, interpreted by officers with limited radar training, and relayed to combat air patrol fighters through voice radio with no standardized vectoring procedures. The technology was present. The organizational architecture to exploit it was not. It fascinates me that the fate of 127,000 men on transports off Saipan hinged for a critical span of time on the 19th of June, on whether a radar technician had properly sealed a copper waveguide joint against tropical humidity the night before. We don't think about battles this way. We think about admirals and strategies and the courage of pilots. But the signal that travels from antenna to transmitter to operator to fighter, director to Hellcat pilot begins its journey in a copper tube, maintained by an enlisted man whose name appears on a watch bill and nowhere else. If the tube is cracked, the signal is weak. The detection range drops, the warning time shrinks, and the Hellcats launch late. The chain of causation, from waveguide maintenance to battle outcome, is direct and unbroken. I've checked the maintenance logs against the detection ranges reported in the action reports, and the correlation is plain. Ships with recently serviced radar sets reported longer detection ranges and provided earlier warning. The battle was won, in part, in the electronics workshops of destroyers, by technicians who were solving engineering problems while the admirals were solving strategic ones. One persistent source of friction in the American system was the IFF, Identification Friend or Foe, transponder, a device mounted on every American aircraft that was supposed to transmit a coded signal, identifying it as friendly when interrogated by shipboard radar. The IFF system in mid-1944 was unreliable. Transponders failed, transmitted incorrect codes, or simply went silent, meaning that returning American aircraft frequently appeared on radar screens as unidentified contacts. Bogies, in the operational terminology, indistinguishable from incoming enemy strikes. On at least 2 occasions during the days before the battle, picket destroyers reported bogey contacts that turned out to be American aircraft with malfunctioning IFF. This is the kind of friction that clean narratives erase, but that shape the experience of every man in every CIC in the fleet. Every ambiguous radar return required a decision. Is this the enemy, or is it ours? Decide wrong in one direction, and you scramble fighters against nothing, wasting fuel and fatiguing pilots. Decide wrong in the other direction, and you let the enemy through. The fleet's radar coverage was not a dome of perfect surveillance. It was a patchwork of overlapping detection zones, each generated by a different ship's radar set, each with its own range limitations, blind spots, and maintenance-dependent performance characteristics. The picket destroyers provided the outermost layer. The carrier's own radar sets provided the inner layer. Between them, the cruisers and battleships added intermediate coverage. The system's effectiveness depended on all of these layers operating simultaneously, and on the information from each layer being communicated rapidly and accurately to the CICs aboard the carriers where the fighter directors worked. A communication delay of even 2 minutes, a garbled radio transmission, a plotting error, a misheard bearing, could degrade the system's response time enough to cost the defending fighters their altitude advantage. The system worked. On the 19th of June, it worked very well. But it worked because dozens of individual components, radar tubes, waveguide joints, radio circuits, human operators, all functioned at or near their limits simultaneously. Failure at any single point would have degraded the whole. By the evening of the 18th of June, the radar picket line was in position. The CICs were manned, and the fighter direction officers had reviewed their sector assignments and communications frequencies. Somewhere to the west, beyond the radar's reach, Ozawa's fleet was approaching. The SK antennas turned slowly on their masts, sweeping the western horizon with invisible electromagnetic energy, waiting for the echo that would mean the enemy had arrived. The technicians had done their work. The magnetron tubes were fresh. The waveguides were sealed. The plotting boards were clean, their grease pencil surfaces blank and waiting. Tomorrow, those boards would be covered with tracks. Dozens of them, hundreds of them. A chaos of incoming raids and outgoing intercepts that would test the system and the men who operated it beyond anything they had trained for. But tonight, the scopes showed only the soft green glow of empty ocean. The fleet waited. The radar waited. The battle existed only as potential energy, stored in the distance between two fleets and the spin of an antenna. Chapter 8. Hey, Roof, I got a big one. The 19th of June, 1944. 0957 hours. Central Philippine Sea. The first radar returns appear on the plotting boards in the combat information centers of Task Force 58's carriers. Faint at first, then strengthening, then unmistakable. A large formation of aircraft bearing roughly 270, range approximately 150 miles, inbound. The fighter direction officers begin talking, their voices clipped and professional on the radio frequencies that connect them to the airborne Hellcat divisions already stacked at altitude to the west. The Combat Air Patrol, approximately 300 F-6F Hellcats launched earlier that morning, under Mitch's orders to maximize fighter strength at the expense of any offensive capability, begins to turn. The intercept geometry is favorable. The Hellcats have altitude, position, and time. What they are turning toward is approximately 69 aircraft from Ozawa's van force, Kurita's light carriers, the first of 4 raids that will define this day. The pilots in those incoming aircraft have, on average, less than 150 flight hours. Some have fewer than 80. They are about to meet men with 500. Mitchell had made his critical decision hours before the first radar contact. Instead of balancing his flight decks between fighters for defense and bombers and torpedo planes for offense, he launched maximum fighter strength and struck every bomber and torpedo aircraft below to the hangar decks. This was an all-or-nothing bet on defense, a decision to accept zero offensive capability in exchange for the densest possible fighter umbrella over the fleet. Approximately 300 Hellcats were airborne and available, stacked in altitude blocks between 17,000 and 25,000 feet, each division assigned to a sector by the fighter direction officers. The bombers sat below decks, armed and fueled, but chained to the hangar floor, useless unless Mitchell changed his mind. He didn't. The decision reflected a calculation that was equal parts tactical logic and intuitive understanding. With the Japanese fleet still 300 or more miles to the west, beyond strike range, there was nothing for the bombers to hit. The fighters, on the other hand, had plenty of work coming directly toward them. The intercept occurred approximately 55 to 70 miles west of the fleet, and what followed was not a battle in any meaningful sense of the word. Lieutenant Alexander Vrasiu, flying an F-6F-3 Hellcat with Fighter Squadron V F-16 off the carrier Lexington, would later describe the experience in terms that gave the engagement its name. His combat claim form, filed aboard Lexington after the mission, a standard Navy form ACA-1, lists 6 aircraft destroyed. 6 in a single sortie. Vrasiu's oral history, preserved at the National Naval Aviation Museum in Pensacola, provides the cockpit-level detail that the forms cannot. the Japanese formations arriving loose and disorganized, dissolving on first contact with the Hellcats. Aircraft that did not maneuver. Pilots who appeared not to see the attacking fighters until it was too late. Vrasu achieved his 6 kills in approximately 8 minutes. Several of his targets, he noted, burned immediately on being hit, a detail consistent with aircraft carrying volatile fuel and lacking self-sealing fuel tanks. Though later Japanese models did incorporate some self-sealing capability. The phrase attributed to him upon landing, "It was like a turkey shoot," would name the battle for history. The mechanics of why the intercept was so one-sided deserve a technical accounting beyond pilot skill, because the Hellcat itself was a factor. The F6 F3 Hellcat was, by the metrics that matter in a fighter interception, speed, climb rate, diving acceleration, and the ability to absorb damage, superior to every aircraft in the Japanese inventory. Its Pratt & Whitney ARD-2800 radial engine produced 2,000 horsepower, giving it a top speed of approximately 380 miles per hour and a rate of climb exceeding 3,000 feet per minute. Its armament, 650 caliber M2 Browning machine guns with 400 rounds per gun, provided a weight of fire that could destroy a Japanese aircraft in a 1 to 2 second burst, and it was built to survive. Self-sealing fuel tanks, pilot armor plate, a rugged airframe that could absorb hits that would have been fatal to the lighter, less protected Japanese fighters. The Zero, the A6M5, the latest variant, was still maneuverable, still dangerous in a turning fight, but the Hellcat pilots had been trained specifically not to turn fight. They had been trained to use speed and altitude, to dive through the enemy formation, fire, pull up, climb back to altitude and repeat. The Americans fought with energy. The Japanese fought with agility. Energy won. Raid 1 was followed by Raid 2, approximately 128 aircraft, the largest single wave, launched from Ozawa's Force A. Detected at roughly 115 miles, intercepted at 60. The Hellcats worked through this formation with the same lethal efficiency. Approximately 97 of the 128 aircraft were destroyed before reaching the fleet. The roughly 20 to 30 that penetrated the fighter screen were met by the fleet's anti-aircraft batteries. And here, another technological factor asserted itself with devastating effect: the VT proximity fuse. The Mark 32 fuse, fitted to 5-inch 38 caliber anti-aircraft shells, it contained a miniature radio transmitter and receiver that detonated the shell when the reflected signal indicated the target was within approximately 50 to 70 feet. Before the proximity fuse, a 5-inch shell had to either score a direct hit or be manually time-fused to explode within about 20 feet of the target. A probability calculus that required enormous volumes of fire for modest results. The VT fuse increased the probability of destruction per round by an estimated factor of 3 to 4. A 5-inch shell detonating 60 feet from a dive bomber produced a fragmentation pattern lethal across an area roughly matching the wingspan of the target aircraft. The combination of the fighter screen and the proximity-fused anti-aircraft barrage created a defensive zone that was, for all practical purposes, impenetrable. I've read Vrasu's account several times now, and other accounts from American pilots who flew on the 19th, and what unsettles me is not the violence, but the absence of contest. These were not dogfights. The word dogfight implies a reciprocal engagement, two skilled opponents maneuvering against each other, each with a chance of prevailing. What happened over the Philippine Sea on the 19th of June was closer to an interception of the helpless by the prepared. The Japanese pilots, many of them, never completed a single offensive maneuver. They were shot down while still in their approach formations, before they could begin their attack runs. Some apparently never saw the Hellcats coming. Others saw them and did not, or could not, execute the evasive maneuvers that might have given them a chance. To me, the most telling human detail isn't any individual act of combat. It's the pattern. The same pattern, repeated hundreds of times across 4 raids. Detection, interception, destruction. The system worked. The system worked so well that it turned an air battle into a process. Raids 3 and 4 followed the same trajectory into the same result, though with variations that reveal the progressive disintegration of Japanese coordination. Raid 3, approximately 47 aircraft from Ozawa's Force B, received incorrect position data for the American fleet. Most of these aircraft flew to coordinates 60 miles north of Task Force 58, orbited in confusion, and were picked off by cap fighters or diverted toward Guam. Fewer than 20 aircraft from this raid even saw an American ship. Raid 4, approximately 82 aircraft, similarly fragmented due to navigation errors. Half the raid split off and attacked empty ocean. 18 aircraft from Raid 4 attempted to land on Guam at a roti field to execute Ozawa's shuttle bombing plan. They arrived to find the field cratered by American preemptive strikes and were caught by Hellcats from VF-24 and VF-28, while in their landing patterns, the most defenseless configuration in aviation. The shuttle bombing concept, Ozawa's tactical innovation from the planning phase, died on the cratered runways of Guam. Across all 4 raids, the numbers compile into a ledger of destruction that is difficult to process as anything other than catastrophe. Ozawa launched approximately 326 carrier aircraft on the 19th of June. By the end of the day, approximately 243 had been destroyed, shot down by Hellcats, destroyed by anti-aircraft fire, lost to operational causes during the mission, or wrecked on Guam's damaged airfields. 74.5% of the launched strike force gone in a single day. In terms of aircrew, assuming standard crew complements, 1 for fighters, 2 for dive bombers, 3 for torpedo bombers, this represents approximately 445 to 480 men. These were not abstract losses. Each was a young man, most of them under 25, who had launched from a carrier deck that morning, believing he was flying into battle. Most of them flew into something closer to a mathematical certainty. The training deficit from Chapter 3, the fuel problems from Chapter 1, the communication failures, the phantom airfields, every structural weakness converged on this single day and expressed itself in the simplest possible metric. Aircraft launched, aircraft destroyed. The fleet's anti-aircraft batteries expended approximately 896 tons of 5-inch, 40mm, and 20mm ammunition on this single day, nearly a ton of explosive metal for every Japanese aircraft that reached the fleet's defensive perimeter. Of the 20 to 30 aircraft that penetrated the fighter screen across all 4 raids, only 1 scored a hit on a capital ship. A bomb hit on the battleship USS South Dakota that caused casualties and damage, but did not impair the ship's fighting capability. The defensive system, radar, CIC, fighter direction, Hellcats, proximity-fused anti-aircraft fire, had absorbed 4 sequential strikes totaling over 300 aircraft and permitted exactly 1 hit. The exchange rate was so lopsided that it strains the vocabulary of military analysis. And yet, while this aerial destruction was unfolding above the fleet, something far more strategically consequential was happening beneath the waves, in the silent world of submarine warfare, where 2 American boats were about to accomplish more in 20 minutes than 300 Hellcats had achieved in 8 hours. At least 6 to 8 American aircraft were shot down by friendly anti-aircraft fire on June the 19th. The fleet's gunners, conditioned by hours of incoming raids, fired at anything approaching at low altitude. The losses appear in individual ship damage reports, but are consistently minimized in the composite American accounts of the battle. War is not a system that sorts its inputs cleanly into categories of friend and enemy. It is a system that operates on probability and reflex, and sometimes the reflex is wrong, and the wrong aircraft burns, and the wrong men fall into the sea. The action reports record these losses with the same clinical language used for every other statistic. But behind each entry is an American pilot doing everything right, approaching his own fleet, dying because the system could not tell him apart from the enemy at the speed required. This is the cost of friction that victory narratives tend to forget. Chapter 9. The Submarine War Beneath the Air Battle. The 19th of June, 1944. 0750 hours. Position: approximately 12 degrees 7 minutes north latitude, 137 degrees 42 minutes east longitude. The submarine USS Albacore is submerged at periscope depth, and through the small circle of her periscope lens, Commander James Blanchard sees something that will make this the most productive patrol of his career. A carrier, large, moving fast, surrounded by escorts. The water is deep, the tropical light filtering down through the periscope prism in blue-green shafts, and the carrier is heading east, launching aircraft, a great grey shape trailing a white wake. Blanchard doesn't know it yet, but he is looking at Taiho, the newest, most heavily armoured carrier in the Japanese fleet, on her maiden combat voyage, with Vice Admiral Ozawa aboard. He begins his approach. His patrol report, filed afterward in the calm, clipped prose of a professional submariner, will record what follows with an emotional restraint that borders on the monastic. Blanchard maneuvered Albacore to an intercept position and fired a spread of 6 Mark 14 torpedoes at a range of approximately 5,300 yards. The torpedo run time was roughly 3 minutes and 20 seconds, an eternity in submarine warfare, during which the commander can do nothing but listen. Of the 6 torpedoes, 1 hit. The pencil-edited draft of Blanchard's patrol report, which also survives, originally read possible 1. The word possible was crossed out only after debriefing his sound operator. Even in the moment of his greatest achievement, the dominant emotion was uncertainty. 1 hit out of 6, against a target the size of a fleet carrier, at a range where 5 out of 6 accuracy should have been achievable. The Mark 14 torpedo had been plagued by defects for the first 2 years of the war. Premature detonation from a flawed magnetic exploder, contact exploders that crumpled on impact rather than triggering, and a depth running error that sent torpedoes approximately 10 feet deeper than their set running depth. By mid-1944, field modifications had addressed most of these problems, but 1 hit out of 6 suggests the ghosts of earlier failures had not been entirely exorcised. The single torpedo struck Taiho in the area of the forward elevator pit. Japanese accounts describe what happened next in terms that require careful evaluation. A pilot, Warrant Officer Komatsu Sakio, according to multiple Japanese sources, allegedly dove his aircraft into the path of one of the incoming torpedoes, detonating it before it could reach the carrier. The claim appears in several post-war Japanese testimonies and has become part of the battle's lore. Whether it actually occurred cannot be independently verified. What can be verified is the immediate aftermath of the torpedo hit. The damage was moderate. Taiho's armored flight deck, the design feature that was supposed to make her survivable against exactly this kind of attack, held. The forward elevator jammed, and aviation fuel from ruptured storage tanks below the elevator began leaking. But the ship continued air operations. Ozawa continued to direct the battle from Taiho's flag bridge. For several hours, it appeared that the armored carrier concept had been validated. The torpedo had hit. The ship had survived. The design worked. Except the design had been built for a different fuel. 3 hours later, at approximately 11:50, the submarine USS Kavala, under Commander Herman Kostler, found a second target. Shokaku, Pearl Harbor veteran, the most battle-seasoned carrier in the Japanese fleet, was Kostler's prey. Kavala fired 6 torpedoes from a range of approximately 1,200 yards, an almost suicidally close distance that left virtually no margin for evasion. 3 torpedoes hit. Shokaku was mortally wounded almost instantly. Aviation fuel fires, fed by the same volatile, unrefined Borneo crude that sat in Taiho's tanks, spread through the ship with a speed that survivors described as explosive rather than progressive. The fires reached the aviation ordnance magazines. At approximately 1,500 hours, Shokaku sank, taking 1,272 of her crew with her. A ship that had helped strike Pearl Harbor, that had fought at the Coral Sea and the Eastern Solomons, that had survived 2.5 years of the Pacific War, was gone in 3 hours. The Borneo crude burned as it had been warned it would burn. Fast, hot, uncontrollable. And then Taiho died. The single torpedo hit that had seemed survivable, that was survivable in the engineering sense, became fatal because of a damage control decision that connected, with the precision of a chemical equation, back to the fuel quality problem introduced in the first chapter of this narrative. The torpedo had ruptured fuel storage compartments forward. An aviation fuel vapor, the dangerously volatile vapor produced by unrefined Borneo crude at tropical temperatures, was accumulating in the damaged area. The damage control officer, following standard Imperial Japanese Navy procedure for fuel vapor dispersal, ordered the ship's ventilation system open to maximum capacity throughout the vessel. The intention was to disperse the vapor, diluting it below combustible concentration. The effect was the opposite. Instead of dispersing the vapor outward, the ventilation system distributed it inward, pulling fuel vapor from the damaged compartments and spreading it through every ventilated space in the ship. Taiho's interior filled with an invisible, explosive atmosphere. At approximately 15:30, a spark, likely from an electrical switch or a piece of machinery, found the vapor. The detonation was catastrophic. Survivors described the flight deck buckling upward and the hull plating blowing outwards simultaneously. Taiho sank in approximately 20 minutes. I keep returning to this sequence because it is, to me, the most structurally revealing moment of the entire battle. Taiho was supposed to be unsinkable, or at least as close to unsinkable as a carrier could be. Her armored flight deck was a direct response to the vulnerability demonstrated at Midway, where unarmored Japanese carriers had been destroyed by relatively small numbers of bombs penetrating to the hangar decks. The engineers had solved that problem. The armor worked. The torpedo didn't penetrate it. What the engineers hadn't solved, couldn't have solved, because the variable had changed after the ship was designed, was the fuel. The CO to inerting system, the armored deck, the damage control doctrine. All of it was designed for a ship burning refined fuel with a flashpoint of 300 degrees. Nobody redesigned the systems for a ship burning crude oil with a flashpoint of 150. The damage control officer who ordered the ventilation didn't make an error in judgment. He followed his training manual. The manual was written for a different fuel. He did what he was told to do, and it killed his ship. The institutional failure cascaded from logistics to engineering, to doctrine, to a single switch on a ventilation panel. And 20 minutes later, Ozawa's flagship was gone. The combined tonnage sunk by these two submarines in a single day demands a moment of raw numerical comparison. Taiho displaced 37,270 tons at full load. Shokaku displaced 32,105 tons. Combined, 69,375 tons of fleet carrier, destroyed by two submarines firing a total of 12 torpedoes, of which 4 hit. The cost to the Americans: 0 casualties. No American submariner was killed or wounded. Albacore endured approximately 75 depth charges over 7 hours after her attack, and Blanchard recorded the experience in his patrol report with a metronomic calm that suggests either extraordinary composure or the professional habit of translating fear into data points. He surfaced after dark, unaware of whether his target had sunk. He wouldn't learn Taiho's fate for days. But the arithmetic was already complete. 69,375 tons of enemy carrier for 0 American lives. The submarine war was, by every quantitative measure, the most efficient form of naval combat in the Pacific. Blanchard's 7 hours under depth charge attack are recorded in his patrol report, with a specificity that rewards close reading. He notes the intervals between charges, the estimated range of each detonation, the hull's response, creaking, flexing, the occasional alarming sound of fittings working loose. Submarine depth charging is an experience of passive endurance. The crew can do nothing but maintain silence, manage the boat's depth and trim, and wait. The escort destroyers above hunt by sonar, dropping patterns of charges set to detonate at estimated depth. Each pattern is a guess, and each guess that misses allows the submarine to creep away. Blanchard crept for 7 hours. His report does not describe fear, because patrol reports don't contain that category. It describes depth, speed, heading, and the bearing of the depth charges. The fear is there, compressed into the precision of the numbers, readable only by people who understand what those numbers mean at 200 feet below the surface of the Philippine Sea. The two submarine attacks raise a question that I find analytically uncomfortable but historically essential. The Turkey Shoot, the aerial battle described in the previous chapter, is the event that named this battle for history. It is dramatic, visual, and lends itself to the narrative of American air power dominance. But measured by strategic output, the submarines accomplished more. 69,375 tons of carrier sunk versus the aerial battle's contribution of approximately 24,140 tons. The carrier Hio sunk the following day by air attack. The submarines were nearly 3 times more productive in tonnage destroyed, at 0 cost in American lives, compared to the air campaign's cost of approximately 49 aircrew killed or missing. The aerial battle destroyed Japanese aircraft and aircrew, a critical achievement. The submarines destroyed the platforms, the ships that made carrier aviation possible. Without platforms, replacement aircraft and pilots are irrelevant. The submarines struck at the foundation. The fighters struck at the surface. History remembers the surface. The foundation did the work. After dark on the 19th of June, Albacore surfaced into the warm Philippine Sea night. Blanchard's crew vented the submarine's interior, replacing the stale CO2 heavy air with the salt wind off the open ocean. They ran the diesels to recharge batteries depleted by the day's submerged running. Blanchard composed his patrol report, recording the day's events in the language of his profession. Coordinates, torpedo data, sonar contacts, depth charge counts. He did not know Taiho had sunk. He knew only that he had fired 6 torpedoes, heard 1 explosion, and spent 7 hours being hunted. Somewhere in the darkness, the remnants of Ozawa's fleet were withdrawing northwest to refuel, carrying the admiral who had just lost his flagship, his communications, his situational awareness, and, though he didn't yet know it, his air force. The submarine had done its work in the dark, beneath the air battle's noise, and now it sailed on, looking for the next target. The ocean closed over the place where Taiho and Shokaku had been. By morning, there would be nothing to mark the spot but coordinates in a patrol report. Chapter 10. Raids. 2, 3, 4. The Waves That Died. The 19th of June, 1944. Aboard the carrier USS Hornet in the Combat Information Center. The plotting board is getting crowded. The first raid has been intercepted and destroyed. The debris of approximately 69 Japanese aircraft scattered across 50 miles of ocean to the west, and the fighter direction officers are cycling Hellcats back to the carriers for fuel when the radar shows a second formation inbound. Larger this time, approximately 128 aircraft bearing 265, range 115 miles. The plotting officer begins a new track line on the transparent board. His pencil is steady. It will not remain so. By the time Raid 4's track fades from the scope 6 hours later, the pencil lines on the board will have degraded from precise, annotated arcs to shaky fragments, one trailing off into nothing with the notation lost in clutter. The plotter wasn't losing skill. He was losing the ability to maintain fine motor control after 6 continuous hours of maximum intensity cognitive work. The board tells the story of the day more honestly than any action report. Raid 2 was the main effort, Ozawa's heaviest punch, launched from Force A, his own carrier group. 128 aircraft, a mix of fighters, dive bombers, and torpedo bombers, heading east in a formation that should have been tight and coordinated, but was, by the time it reached the American radar screens, already beginning to straggle. The Hellcats met them at approximately 60 miles and began the same process that had destroyed Raid 1. High-speed diving passes through the formation. Short bursts of 50 caliber fire. Pull up, climb, repeat. Approximately 97 of the 128 aircraft were destroyed before reaching the fleet's anti-aircraft envelope. The roughly 20 to 30 that penetrated were engaged by the battleships and cruisers of the screen, their 5-inch batteries now firing the proximity-fused ammunition that tripled the lethality of each shell. The carrier Bunker Hill took a near miss that caused minor flooding. No American ship was seriously damaged. 128 aircraft in, perhaps 30 through. No meaningful result. The arithmetic of this exchange is so lopsided that it ceases to feel like combat and begins to feel like something else. A failure of the input to affect the output. A demonstration that the system being attacked was simply operating at a different level of effectiveness than the system doing the attacking. Raid 3 revealed the progressive collapse of Japanese operational coordination. Approximately 47 aircraft, launched from Ozawa's Force B under Rear Admiral Jisaburō, received incorrect position data for the American fleet. The navigation error was not trivial. The coordinates they were given placed the American fleet approximately 60 miles north of its actual position. Most of these aircraft flew to the wrong coordinates. She found empty ocean and orbited in confusion. They burned fuel searching for a fleet that wasn't there. Some were picked off by roaming Hellcat divisions that found them circling. Others, fuel running low, turned south toward Guam in an attempt to land and refuel. Fewer than 20 aircraft from this entire raid ever saw an American ship. The navigation error traces back to the communication and coordination problems that had plagued the Japanese fleet throughout the battle. Position reports transmitted through a degraded communications chain, perhaps garbled in relay, perhaps incorrectly plotted aboard the originating ship. The exact failure point cannot be identified from surviving records. What can be identified is the result: 47 aircraft launched, most of them wasted against empty ocean. Raid 4, approximately 82 aircraft, followed the same pattern of fragmentation and futility, compounded by additional navigation errors that split the formation into multiple groups heading in slightly different directions. About half the raid veered off course entirely and attacked nothing. The remainder pressed toward the American fleet in disorganized groups that the fighter direction officers handled as routine intercepts. But the most devastating moment of Raid 4 didn't occur over the fleet. It occurred over Guam. Approximately 18 aircraft from this raid, either damaged, low on fuel, or attempting to execute Ozawa's shuttle bombing plan, headed for a Roti field on Guam to land, rearm and refuel for a second strike on the return flight. They arrived to find the field in ruins, cratered by American airstrikes specifically designed to prevent this exact scenario. Mitchell had anticipated the shuttle bombing plan and preemptively attacked the Marianas airfields. The Japanese pilots, committed to their approach, attempted to land on damaged runways. Hellcats from VF-24 and VF-28, maintaining a standing combat air patrol over Guam for precisely this purpose, caught them in their landing patterns. Landing pattern altitude is typically 200 to 400 feet. Speed is low. Maneuvering is constrained. The interception was the most one-sided killing of the day. I compressed these 3 raids into a single chapter deliberately, and I want to explain why. Individually, raids 2, 3, and 4 followed nearly identical trajectories. Detection by radar, interception by Hellcats, destruction of the majority, negligible damage to the American fleet. To narrate each as a separate dramatic episode would be to impose a false variety on an experience that was, for both sides, characterized by repetition. The American experience was the repetition of efficiency: detect, vector, intercept, destroy, recover, refuel, repeat. The Japanese experience was the repetition of futility: launch, fly, lose formation, encounter Hellcats, burn. Treating each raid as a distinct narrative event gives the impression of escalating drama. The reality was the opposite. Each successive raid was weaker, less coordinated, and more futile than the last. The day's arc was not rising action. It was a declining curve. And the compression of this chapter is an attempt to represent that decline honestly, rather than manufacturing excitement, where exhaustion was the dominant experience. The total losses across all 4 raids compile into a single statistic that is difficult to absorb. Approximately 326 carrier aircraft launched. Approximately 243 destroyed. The Japanese carrier air groups lost roughly 3/4 of their strength in 8 hours. These numbers require a caveat. They vary by source. Morrison's official history gives one set of figures. Patey and Evans, in their study of the Japanese Navy, give slightly different numbers based on Japanese records. Lundstrom's reconstruction differs from both. The discrepancies arise from differing definitions. Does launched include aircraft that turned back with mechanical problems before reaching the enemy? Do destroyed include aircraft that returned to their carriers so heavily damaged they never flew again? The numbers I've cited represent my best synthesis of the available sources But listeners should understand that precision beyond the approximate 75% destruction figure is illusory. What is not illusory is the order of magnitude. Whether the exact number was 230 or 250, the Japanese carrier air force ceased to exist as an effective combat formation on the 19th of June, 1944. The fighter direction officers who managed this defense deserve more attention than they typically receive, because their task was not simply to direct aircraft against incoming raids. It was to manage a three-dimensional air traffic control problem of staggering complexity while under combat stress. At the peak of the day's action, approximately 300 Hellcats were airborne simultaneously, operating on roughly 12 radio frequencies, stacked in altitude blocks from 5,000 to 25,000 feet, with individual divisions being vectored onto 4 different raids at different bearings and ranges. The FDO's job was to ensure that intercepting groups didn't collide with each other, that returning low-fuel aircraft could descend safely through the stack to land, that no sector was left uncovered as fighters were pulled to meet a new threat, and that the continuously updating radar picture was translated into accurate voice instructions quickly enough to maintain the intercept geometry. They did this with grease pencils, transparent plotting boards, and voice radio. No computers, no data links, no automated conflict resolution. Each decision was made by a human being processing information at the edge of cognitive capacity for hours on end. The friendly fire problems surfaced during the day's fighting and left a mark that most accounts prefer to avoid. At least 6 to 8 American aircraft were shot down by anti-aircraft fire from their own fleet on the 19th of June. The gunners on the screening ships, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, had been under continuous incoming air attack for hours. Their targeting doctrine was simple: shoot anything approaching at low altitude that didn't squawk the correct IFF code. The IFF system, as noted in the previous chapter, was unreliable. Returning Hellcats, low on fuel and ammunition, approached the fleet at low altitude, precisely the profile that triggered the anti-aircraft response. The gunners fired. Some of the aircraft they hit were American. These losses appear in the damage reports of individual ships, noted briefly and without elaboration in the bureaucratic language that the military uses when it must acknowledge something it cannot comfortably explain. They are not included in most casualty tallies of the battle, which further distorts the clean narrative of a lossless American victory. By late afternoon, the sky over Task Force 58 was empty of Japanese aircraft. The last raid had been processed, detected, intercepted, destroyed, and the radar scopes showed only the returning tracks of American fighters heading back to their carriers. The combat information centers began the post-battle housekeeping, tallying claims, cross-referencing radar tracks with pilot reports, updating the status boards. The fighter direction officers, some of whom had been operating continuously for 8 or more hours, began to hand off to relief crews. The plotting boards were photographed for the action reports, the visual record of the day's work captured in grease pencil on glass. Those photographs, where they survive, show the progression clearly. Clean, precise lines at the start of the day, degrading to rough approximations by the end. The system had worked. The human components of the system had been pushed to their limits and held. One quiet detail from the day's fighting reframes the entire shuttle bombing strategy that Ozawa had built his battle plan around. At least 40 to 50 Japanese aircraft from the first 2 raids, having survived the Hellcat gauntlet, or having passed through it by luck or navigation, did not attack the American fleet at all. They flew past it, continuing east toward Guam, attempting to execute the shuttle bombing plan. Land, rearm, strike again, On the return, they arrived over Guam to find a rote field and other landing grounds wrecked. The shuttle bombing concept, the tactical innovation that was supposed to double Japanese strike capacity, the clever idea that exploited the outrange advantage, didn't just fail to work. It actively contributed to the destruction of the aircraft that tried to use it. Pilots who might have turned back to their carriers, some of them might have made it, instead pressed on toward airfields that no longer existed, burning fuel they couldn't afford, flying into a kill zone they didn't know was waiting. Ozawa's best idea became a trap for his own pilots, and he wouldn't know this for hours, because his communications had just failed in the most comprehensive way possible. His flagship was sinking beneath him. Chapter 11. Ozawa's Information Blackout. The 19th of June, 1944. Approximately 14:30 hours. The carrier Taiho is dying. The explosion has buckled her flight deck, blown out sections of hull plating, and started fires that the damage control teams cannot contain because the atmosphere itself is fuel. Borneo crude vapor distributed through every ventilated compartment by the well-intentioned order that will become a textbook case in damage control failure. Vice Admiral Ozawa must leave his flagship. The transfer is hurried, physical, unglamorous, an admiral climbing down a ladder to a destroyer, then transferring again to the heavy cruiser Haguro, while behind him the ship he commanded breaks apart. In the time it takes to make this transfer, perhaps 90 minutes from the decision to abandon to Ozawa's arrival aboard Haguro, the admiral has no communications with his fleet, no operational plot, no staff assembled, and no clear picture of what has happened to his air groups. He arrives aboard a cruiser whose communications suite was designed to command a division of 4 ships, not a fleet of 60. The signal log of Haguro, reconstructed from Japanese records held at the Boe Kenkyujo, shows a gap beginning at approximately 14:30, 6 hours of functional silence. In those 6 hours, Ozawa lost the battle without knowing he had lost it. The gap in the signal log is, in physical terms, 6 inches of blank paper. In operational terms, it is the space in which every remaining decision went wrong. Ozawa's first action aboard Haguro was to attempt to reconstruct his situational awareness. He needed answers to basic questions. How many of his aircraft had returned to the carriers? How many had landed on Guam and Rota as planned? What was the status of the American fleet? Had his strikes inflicted damage? He sent queries through Haguro's radio room, but the responses were slow, fragmented, and ultimately fictional. The ship's communications equipment lacked the range and bandwidth of Taiho's dedicated fleet command suite. Messages to distant ships were garbled or unanswered. The replies that did arrive were filtered through a chain of subordinate commanders who were themselves operating with incomplete information, and who were, in some cases, reporting what they believed their superior wanted to hear rather than what they knew to be true. The critical failure was Kakuta. Ozawa signaled Vice Admiral Kakuta on Guam repeatedly, asking for a status report on the aircraft that had landed there under the shuttle bombing plan. Kakuta's replies, to the extent they can be reconstructed, she suggested that approximately 100 to 130 aircraft had landed safely on Guam and Rota and were being rearmed for further operations. This number was catastrophically wrong. The actual number of Japanese carrier aircraft that successfully landed and could be made operational on the Marianas airfields was close to 0. The fields were cratered. The aircraft that had arrived were destroyed on the ground or in their landing patterns. Kakuta's figure appears to have been fabricated from whole cloth, or, more charitably, estimated from fragmentary reports by subordinates who were themselves guessing in the chaos of sustained American air attacks on the airfields. Whether Kakuta knowingly lied or was honestly misinformed remains one of the battle's genuinely unresolvable questions. Kakuta died on Saipan within weeks and left no testimony. The returning strike pilots compounded the problem with a different form of misinformation. Japanese pilot debriefing reports from the 19th of June, those that survive, reconstructed through post-war interrogation, claimed hits on multiple American carriers, with several reported as sinking or heavily damaged. These claims were standard wartime inflation, a phenomenon not unique to Japan. American pilots overclaimed at the Philippine Sea too, reporting approximately 385 kills against an actual total closer to 315. But the American overclaims were a matter of degree. The Japanese overclaims were a matter of kind. No American carrier was sinking. No American carrier had been heavily damaged. The single bomb hit on South Dakota was the totality of Japanese success against the fleet. The returning pilots, many of them surviving their first combat mission, reported what they believed they had seen in the chaos and smoke of a defended target area. Their reports were accepted at face value by intelligence officers who had no way to verify them and every institutional incentive to believe them. Ozawa, working from these inputs, 130 aircraft safely on Guam, multiple American carriers damaged, his own fleet still possessing approximately 100 operational carrier aircraft, performed the arithmetic that any commander would perform. The sum suggested a wounded but still viable Japanese force facing a weakened American fleet. By this calculation, withdrawal was premature. The Ago plan had not succeeded, but it had not definitively failed. Reinforcement from the Guam airfields, combined with a second carrier strike, might yet produce the decisive result combined fleet headquarters demanded. Ozawa ordered the mobile fleet to withdraw northwest, to rendezvous with his oiler group, refuel, and prepare to resume offensive operations. The decision to re-engage, which looks, from the omniscient perspective of historical hindsight, like delusion or stubbornness, was in fact the rational conclusion of the information available to him. He was not refusing to accept reality. He was operating in a reality that didn't exist, constructed from false reports by a communication system that couldn't deliver truth. It strikes me as one of the battle's deepest ironies that combined fleet headquarters in Tokyo actually had a more accurate picture of the disaster than Ozawa did. Tokyo's intelligence staff, piecing together radio intercepts, land-based air reconnaissance, and the conspicuous silence from units that should have been reporting, had assembled a picture that was bleak if incomplete. They knew the airstrikes had not achieved the reported results. They suspected Kakuta's aircraft figures were inflated. They were aware that 2 carriers had been lost, though the details were unclear. But no one at Combined Fleet sent Ozawa a corrective assessment. The reasons were institutional rather than individual. Japanese naval culture did not facilitate the downward transmission of unwelcome truths. For headquarters to tell Ozawa that his perception of the battle was wrong would have implied criticism of his command, an institutional taboo that operated even in circumstances where the commander's ignorance was producing catastrophic decisions. Ozawa's information blackout was not solely a technical failure of communications equipment. It was partly enforced by a culture that equated correction with insult. When I examine the signal log's 6-inch gap, what I see is not simply a communications failure, but a structural demonstration of how information asymmetry determines battle outcomes. The Americans, on the other side of this battle, knew roughly what had happened. Their radar plots showed 4 raids detected, intercepted, and destroyed. Their pilot debriefings, while overcounting individual kills, inaccurately captured the overwhelming nature of the defensive victory. Their submarine reports would eventually confirm the sinking of Taiho and Shokaku. Spruent and Micha had an operational picture that, while imperfect, was grounded in verifiable data. Ozawa had an operational picture built on wishful reporting, inflated claims, and phantom airfields. The two commanders were making decisions about the same battle, but they were not living in the same informational universe. Spruent was operating in approximate truth. Ozawa was operating in detailed fiction. The gap between those two states determined everything that followed. Ozawa's offer to resign after the battle, an act consistent with Japanese military tradition following a catastrophic defeat, was refused. The refusal has been interpreted two ways by historians, and the interpretations imply very different things about Japanese strategic awareness. The first interpretation, common in American accounts, is that the Japanese High Command refused the resignation because they did not fully grasp the scale of the disaster, bureaucratic denial compounding operational failure. The second interpretation, drawn from Japanese sources, is darker and more strategic. Ozawa was retained specifically because he understood he had lost. 4 months later, at Leyte Gulf, Ozawa's surviving carriers would be used as a decoy force, bait to lure Halsey's Third Fleet north, while Kurita's surface force attempted to reach the American transports at Leyte. Ozawa accepted this mission, a functional suicide assignment for his carriers, with the composure of a man who had already lost everything there was to lose. If this interpretation is correct, the Japanese High Command's refusal of Ozawa's resignation was not denial, it was calculation. They needed a man who would sail his fleet into destruction without flinching. Ozawa had already done it once. The fleet withdrew northwest through the night of the 19th and into the 20th, heading for the oiler rendezvous that would replenish its fuel bunkers, the same volatile Borneo crude that had just killed Taiho. The 7 surviving carriers moved in loose formation, their flight decks largely empty. Between them, they carried approximately 102 operational aircraft. 102 out of the roughly 440 they had launched the day before. In tonnage terms, the surviving carrier force still displaced approximately 174,000 tons, a substantial fleet by any standard, on paper. But the ratio of aircraft to tonnage had collapsed from approximately 9 aircraft per 10,000 tons of displacement to less than 6 aircraft per 10,000 tons. The hulls were floating. The striking power was gone. The fleet had become what military analysts call a hollow force, structurally intact but functionally empty, a navy of ships without purpose. The night was quiet. The surviving crews went about the mechanical routines of steaming in formation, watch rotations, engine room monitoring, damage assessment on the ships that had taken minor hits during the day. Ozawa, aboard Haguro, continued to send and receive messages. He slowly building a picture that was inching closer to reality as more accurate reports filtered in. The picture that emerged was not the picture he had assembled from Kakuta's phantom numbers and his pilot's inflated claims. It was worse, much worse. But by the time the picture clarified, Ozawa had already committed to the refueling rendezvous, and the Americans had already begun searching for him. Somewhere to the east, Micha was arguing with Spruent for permission to pursue. The defensive battle was over. The offensive question, whether to chase a retreating enemy to destruction or let him go, was about to produce the battle's second great controversy. The signal log's gap had closed, but the damage it caused would propagate forward through the next 24 hours and into 80 years of historiographical debate. Chapter 12. The long afternoon of doing nothing. The 20th of June, 1944. Dawn. Aboard USS Lexington, the flag bridge of Task Force 58. Admiral Mitchell has not slept well, or perhaps at all. The accounts vary, but they agree on the state of mind. Restless, impatient. The greatest aerial defensive victory in naval history was fought and won yesterday, and Mitchell is not satisfied. He is, in fact, frustrated to a degree that his staff can feel like a physical presence on the bridge. The Japanese fleet is out there, somewhere to the west, withdrawing but not destroyed. Mitchell's aviators have just demonstrated that they can annihilate anything the Japanese put into the sky. But the Japanese fleet, the carriers, the battleships, the infrastructure of naval power, is still afloat. And every hour that passes increases the distance between Task Force 58 and its quarry. Mitchell wants to pursue. Spruent, aboard Indianapolis, somewhere behind him, with the battle line, has authorized a westward advance, but at a speed that Mitchell considers inadequate. The two admirals are communicating by radio in the formal language of naval command, and beneath the formality runs a disagreement that the entire Fifth Fleet staff can read between the lines. The search aircraft launched at first light found nothing. Ozawa had withdrawn approximately 360 miles to the northwest during the night, beyond the initial search radius. The Philippine Sea is an enormous body of water, roughly 1,000 miles east to west, 1,500 north to south, and a fleet of ships, even a large fleet. She occupies a vanishingly small fraction of its surface. Search aircraft fly patterns calculated to maximize the probability of detection within a given area, but the mathematics are unforgiving. Double the search radius and you quadruple the area to be covered. Ozawa's 12-hour head start had pushed him into a search area so large that even multiple aircraft flying maximum range patterns could not cover it reliably. The empty ocean that the search planes reported back was not proof of absence. It was proof of distance. The Japanese fleet was out there. It was simply beyond reach. Captain Ali Burke, Mitchell's chief of staff, was composing arguments in his head and on paper. In Burke's personal papers, later donated to the Naval Historical Foundation, there survives a message draft, never sent, addressed to Spruent. The draft requests permission to pursue with Task Force 58 at maximum speed. Below the request, Burke wrote and crossed out a line. Time is running out. It was never transmitted because Mitchell decided to phrase the communication differently, through channels in the measured language that flag officers use when they disagree with their superiors without quite saying so. The unsent draft is, in a sense, more revealing than any message that was actually transmitted. It captures the raw frustration of a man who believed a historic opportunity was being squandered by caution he considered excessive. Burke's post-war oral history, recorded at the Naval Institute, makes his position explicit. He believed Spruent should have turned Task Force 58 west on the night of the 19th, she running at maximum speed to close the distance while the Japanese were still reeling from the day's losses. By the morning of the 20th, Burke believed the American carriers could have been within strike range of Ozawa's fleet at dawn. Instead, they were here, heading west at a pace Burke found agonizing, watching the distance grow. The debate between the Pursue School and the Defend School is not a debate I can resolve, and I want to be honest about that rather than pretending to an authority I don't possess. Burke and the aviators make a compelling case. The Japanese fleet was weakened, disorganized, short of aircraft, and withdrawing. A maximum speed pursuit on the night of the 19th might have closed the range enough for a dawn strike on the 20th that could have caught Ozawa's carriers refueling from their oilers. the most vulnerable possible configuration for a naval force. The potential prize was the complete destruction of Japanese carrier aviation 4 months before Leyte Gulf, with all the strategic implications that implies. Spruent's case is equally compelling. He did not know Ozawa's precise position, formation, or intentions. He did not know whether Ozawa had divided his force or detached a surface group for an end run against the Saipan transports. He did not know the status of Japanese land-based air in the Carolines to the south. Pursuing west at maximum speed meant opening a gap between the carriers and the invasion force that any of these unknowns could exploit. Naval historians have argued this point for 80 years. Morrison cautiously favoured Spruent's. Reynolds sided with Mitscher and Burke. The evidence supports both interpretations because the two sides were optimizing for different objectives. Burke for fleet destruction, Spruent's for mission completion. And the counterfactual required to declare a winner is unknowable. The hours of the 20th of June crawled past with the specific quality of frustration that comes from knowing what you want to do and being unable to do it. The carriers steamed west at moderate speed. Search aircraft launched, flew their patterns, and returned with nothing. The ready rooms, full of pilots who had spent the previous day in the most lopsided aerial victory of the war, sat and waited. Some played cards, some slept, some checked and rechecked their aircraft. The energy of the 19th, the adrenaline, the concentration, the fierce satisfaction of a system performing at its peak, had curdled into the restless torpor of inaction. Mitscher, on the flag bridge, waited with the particular patience of a man who was not patient at all, but who understood that patience was the only option available until the search aircraft found something. The binoculars stayed around his neck. The horizon stayed empty. At 15:40, the horizon broke open. A search aircraft from the carrier Enterprise, operating at the extreme edge of its fuel range, reported contact with Ozawa's fleet approximately 275 miles to the west-northwest. Mitscher received the contact report and immediately confronted the mathematics that everyone on his staff had been dreading. 275 miles. The combat radius of an SB-2C Helldiver carrying a 1,000-pound bomb at economical cruise speed of approximately 145 knots, consuming fuel at roughly 65 gallons per hour, with a total internal fuel capacity of 320 gallons, was approximately 350 nautical miles for a round trip. The round-trip distance to Ozawa's fleet and back, 550 miles. This left a reserve of approximately 165 miles of range, maybe 45 minutes of flying time. That margin assumed no combat maneuvering, no navigation errors, no time spent searching for the fleet on return, and no headwinds. It also assumed daylight. The strike would reach the target at dusk. The return flight would be in darkness. Most of these pilots had never made a night carrier landing. Mitscher launched them anyway. The order came at approximately 16:24, and 216 aircraft from 10 carriers began cycling off flight decks into the late afternoon sky, heading west into the sun. It was, depending on your perspective, either an act of decisive aggression that salvaged offensive results from a battle that was slipping away, or a reckless gamble with his air groups driven by the frustration of 20 hours of inaction. I think it was both. Mitscher knew the fuel calculations. His operations officers had briefed them explicitly. He knew the return flight would be in darkness. He knew pilots would be lost. He made the decision anyway, because the alternative, watching the Japanese fleet escape without attempting a strike, was, for a man who had spent his entire career in naval aviation, psychologically unbearable. Several of the squadron commanders who led the strike later admitted in oral histories that they expected to lose more aircraft to fuel exhaustion and night landing accidents than to Japanese anti-aircraft fire. They were correct. They launched anyway. The system of military command is designed to convert decisions into action without the hesitation that rational fear would impose. On the afternoon of the 20th of June, it performed that function with merciless efficiency. The 216 aircraft carried approximately 61 tons of bombs and 48 torpedoes, each torpedo weighing roughly 2,216 pounds. Total offensive ordnance, approximately 109 tons, headed toward a fleet displacing 376,000 tons. The ratio of munitions to target, roughly 1 to 3,450, is a cold numerical illustration of how inefficient air-delivered ordnance was against maneuvering naval targets in 1944. Most of those bombs and torpedoes would miss. Carrier aviation's lethality came not from the accuracy of individual weapons, but from the volume of delivery attempts. And even at volume, the hit rate against maneuvering ships defended by anti-aircraft fire and evasive steering was measured in low single-digit percentages. Mitchell was sending 109 tons of ordnance against nearly 400,000 tons of warship across 275 miles of open ocean in fading light with 45 minutes of fuel reserve. The numbers did not add up. He knew they didn't add up. He sent them. The afternoon light shifted toward gold as the strike groups formed up and headed west, climbing to cruise altitude, the carriers shrinking behind them. Each pilot carried in his head the same simple arithmetic: fuel gauge, distance, time. The arithmetic was marginal in the best case and impossible in the worst, but they were flying now, committed. And the mathematics that made the mission marginal would have to wait until the target had been struck and the aircraft turned for home. Ahead of them, 275 miles to the west, Ozawa's fleet was refueling, oilers alongside carriers, hoses connecting tanker to warship, the most vulnerable configuration a fleet can adopt. Ozawa didn't know they were coming. His radar would detect them only when they were close enough that it was too late to disconnect the fueling rigs and scatter. The strike would arrive at sunset. The result would be modest. The return flight would be a catastrophe. And at the end of it, a man on the flag bridge of Lexington would make a decision that would become the most famous single act of the entire battle. The fleet steamed west, recovering the patrol aircraft that had finally found the enemy, launching replacements to maintain the search screen. The sun continued its descent. Mitchell stood on the flag bridge and watched his aircraft disappear into the western sky. 216 small shapes diminishing to points and then to nothing, swallowed by distance and light. He had done everything Burke and the aviators had wanted. He had launched the strike. The question now was whether the ocean and the darkness would give his pilots back. The fuel gauges were already counting down. The arithmetic was already running. And 275 miles to the west, the Japanese fleet had no idea that 216 aircraft were heading toward them out of the setting sun, carrying 109 tons of ordnance and 45 minutes of reserve fuel, and the desperate hope that the numbers might, somehow, work out. Chapter 13. The Mission Beyond Sunset. The 20th of June, 1944. Approximately 1840 hours. The Western Philippine Sea. 216 American aircraft, Hellcats, Helldivers, and Avengers, arrive over Ozawa's fleet in the last amber light of a tropical sunset. The Japanese ships are spread across miles of ocean, some still connected to oilers by fueling hoses, caught in the vulnerable act of replenishment. The strike pilots can see the wakes below them, white lines on darkening water, and the black puffs of anti-aircraft fire beginning to bloom around them. The attack was not the coordinated, multi-axis assault that Doctrine prescribed. Aircraft arrived piecemeal as faster fighters pulled ahead of slower bombers, and individual squadrons selected targets of opportunity in the failing light rather than executing a structured strike plan. The oilers Genyo Maru and Seiyo Maru were hit and sunk. Bomb and torpedo hits were scored on the carriers Zuikaku, Hio, Junyo, and Chiyoda. The carrier Hio, hit by 2 torpedoes from the torpedo squadron of the light carrier Belleau Wood, began to list and burn fires fed by the same volatile Borneo crude that had killed Taiho the day before. She would sink within hours, the 3rd Japanese carrier lost in 2 days. But the damage to the Japanese fleet, while real, was not the story of this mission. The story was the fuel gauges. Lieutenant Warren O'Mark, a TBF Avenger pilot from Torpedo Squadron VT-10 aboard Enterprise, recorded his fuel state at the moment of turning for home. 147 gallons remaining. His Avenger consumed fuel at approximately 58 gallons per hour at economical cruise. The distance home was approximately 260 nautical miles, requiring roughly 112 minutes of flight time. He had fuel for approximately 152 minutes. His margin was 40 minutes. If he flew a straight line, if he encountered no headwind, if he didn't have to search for the fleet in darkness, nothing went straight. The strike groups turned east into rapidly deepening twilight, and within minutes, the formations began to fragment. Faster, Hellcats pulled ahead. Damaged aircraft fell behind. Avengers, heavy and fuel-hungry, settled into the most economical cruise configurations their pilots could manage, trimming for minimum drag, leaning their fuel mixtures to the ragged edge of engine tolerance. The horizon disappeared. The stars came out. And the fuel gauges continued their slow, irreversible decline towards zero. Each pilot was now alone with his arithmetic, recalculating the shrinking margin between his fuel state and the distance to a flight deck he couldn't see. The fuel exhaustion cascade began at approximately 20-30 hours and continued for nearly an hour. Aircraft ran dry and their engines quit. The sudden silence after hours of constant noise, followed by the controlled glide toward a black ocean that offered no visual references for altitude or attitude. Radio frequencies filled with position reports from ditching pilots. Transmissions that followed a grim protocol. Call sign, fuel state 0, estimated position, ditching. Rescue submarines and destroyers logged these calls. Some transmissions were complete and professional. Others were abbreviated to a call sign and nothing more. The men who transmitted them were falling toward an ocean they couldn't see, in aircraft that had become gliders, preparing to execute a water landing in total darkness. Night ditching a TBF Avenger was a survivable event, but only barely. The procedure required approaching at minimum flying speed, approximately 80 knots, with gear retracted, flaps full, nose high. The tail would contact the water first, absorbing the initial impact, and the fuselage would settle. The aircraft would typically float for 90 to 120 seconds before sinking. In those seconds, the 3-man crew, pilot, radio man, turret gunner, had to extract themselves from their stations, inflate the life raft, and push clear of the sinking aircraft. In daylight, with a visible horizon, this was difficult. In darkness, without visual reference, approximately 1 in 3 ditching crews failed to exit the aircraft before it sank. The disorientation of a nighttime water landing, no horizon, no sense of altitude, the sudden deceleration of impact overwhelmed the human perceptual system in ways that training could not fully prepare for. When I calculated the fuel margins these pilots were operating on, and I've checked them against the performance specifications for all 3 aircraft types and the distance figures from the action reports, I kept returning to a question that the documents cannot answer. At what point during the return flight did each pilot individually realize he was not going to make it? Was there a specific moment when the gauge dropped below the calculated minimum? Or was it gradual, a slow compression of hope as the numbers refused to improve and the darkness offered no landmarks? The patrol reports and action reports record the outcomes. They do not record the experience of watching mathematics close around you like water. The final accounting of the mission is a study in the cost of overreach. Of 216 aircraft launched, approximately 100 returned safely on the 20th of June. Many by landing on the first carrier they found regardless of assignment. Approximately 80 aircraft were lost during the return flight, ditched when fuel ran out, crashed attempting night landings, or vanished without trace. Of the aircrew lost, approximately 16 were killed or missing during the attack itself. Approximately 33 additional aircrew died or disappeared during the return. Roughly 50 more survived ditchings and floated in life rafts waiting for rescue that might or might not come. The single carrier sunk by the strike. Hayo, 24,140 tons, cost approximately 80 American aircraft and 49 American lives to destroy. The tonnage comparison is uncomfortable but necessary. The 2 submarine attacks on the 19th of June destroyed 69,375 tons of Japanese carrier for 0 American casualties. The aerial strike on the 20th destroyed 24,140 tons for 49 American dead and 80 aircraft lost. The submarines were, by this arithmetic, roughly 141 times more efficient than the aerial strike. This comparison is not made to diminish the courage of the pilots who flew into the sunset. It is made to contextualize the cost of a decision, Mitch's decision to launch at extreme range, against its results. The pilots paid for that decision with their fuel gauges, and for some, with their lives. Several American aircraft, running on fumes during the return, reportedly made low passes over Japanese-held airfields on Rota and Guam, apparently considering landing on enemy territory rather than ditching in the open ocean. At least 2 Hellcats were observed making approach altitude passes over a rote field, before pulling up and heading back to sea. They were that desperate. Their ultimate fates are unrecorded. The detail survives in fragments of radio traffic and the memories of other pilots who witnessed it and said nothing at the time. The darkness continued to deepen. The fuel continued to burn. And somewhere ahead, the carriers of Task Force 58 were invisible in the blackout, waiting for aircraft they could not see, manned by crews who could not help until someone made a decision that would trade the fleet's safety for its pilots' lives. Chapter 14. Turn on the lights. The 20th of June, 1944. 20:45 hours. Task Force 58 is running under full blackout. Every ship dark, every porthole covered, every running light extinguished. Standard procedure against submarine attack, maintained with particular rigor in waters where Japanese submarines were known to operate. The fleet is invisible. Somewhere in the darkness to the west, dozens of aircraft are approaching on fumes, their pilots straining to pick up the YE homing beacon signal that should guide them home. Many are too far away, too low on fuel, or too disoriented to track the beacon reliably. The radio frequencies are a chaos of overlapping transmissions, bearing requests, fuel state reports, and the flat, clipped voices of men announcing they are ditching. On the flag bridge of USS Lexington, Mark Mitcher is listening to the radio traffic. The accounts agree on what happened next, though they differ slightly on the exact words. Captain Burke recalled it as 2 words: turn on the lights. Other accounts have 3: light them up. The specifics of the phrasing matter less than the specifics of the decision. Mitcher is ordering every ship in Task Force 58, 15 carriers, 7 battleships, 21 cruisers, 69 destroyers, to illuminate. Truck lights, running lights, flight deck floods, landing signal lights. Some ships turn on searchlights pointed straight up, creating columns of white light visible for 30 or more miles. Star shells are fired to illuminate the landing patterns. In seconds, the fleet transforms from an invisible formation into a blazing city on the water. The decision was an act of extraordinary moral calculation. Every light on every ship made that ship a target for any Japanese submarine within visual range. The submarine, I-184, was operating in the general area. She would be sunk 2 days later by a destroyer escort, suggesting she may have been drawn toward the illumination. Mitcher accepted this risk with full awareness. He was trading the fleet's concealment, its primary defense against submarine attack, for the survival of his aircrew. Known lives against theoretical risk. Men he could hear dying on the radio against an enemy he could not see beneath the water. The calculus was not complicated. It was unbearable. The first aircraft began arriving in the illuminated landing patterns within minutes, and what followed was controlled chaos. Pilots trained for daylight carrier landings were attempting to find the deck in visual conditions many had never experienced. The landing signal officers, men standing on small platforms at the stern of each carrier, holding illuminated wands, guiding 15-ton aircraft out of the darkness at 90 knots, were the last human link in the recovery chain. Their wand signals were the pilot's only reference for glide slope and lineup. A misjudged cut signal, the command to chop throttle and land, could kill the pilot, the LSO, and the deck crew in a single impact. Aircraft landed on any carrier regardless of assignment. Pilots who couldn't identify their own ship in the confusion of lights simply aimed for the nearest flight deck. Some caught the arresting wires cleanly. Others landed long, crashing into the barrier. Several missed the deck entirely and went over the side. At least 5 aircraft crashed on deck during the recovery. Others ditched alongside carriers after multiple failed approaches. Their fuel finally exhausted in the landing pattern itself, the cruelest possible fate, to reach the fleet and still not make it aboard. Destroyers stationed alongside the carriers fished aircrew from the water as quickly as their boats could reach them. I find myself thinking about the landing signal officers in a way that most accounts of this night do not. Every narrative focuses on Mitcher's decision and the pilot's courage, and both deserve the attention. But the LSOs stood on open platforms at the sterns of their carriers, in the dark, watching aircraft materialize out of nothing at 90 knots, and made split-second judgments about whether each approach was safe to continue or had to be waved off. A wave-off meant the pilot had to go around, add power, climb, re-enter the pattern, burning fuel he might not have. A bad cut meant a crash. The LSOs had no margin for error in either direction, and they performed this task for nearly 2 hours, aircraft after aircraft, in conditions that bore no resemblance to anything they had trained for. Several destroyers, acting on their own initiative and without orders from Mitcher, began firing star shells before the official illumination order. These destroyer captains, hearing the radio chaos and realizing aircraft were ditching around them in the darkness, made independent decisions to provide what light they could. This detail, junior officers acting without authorization to save lives, never appears in the official accounts, which credit Mitchell alone. The initiative was real, and it almost certainly saved aircraft that would otherwise have ditched before the full illumination began. The chain of command is a necessary fiction of military organization, but in moments of crisis, the organization survives because individuals within it act before they are told to. The illumination lasted approximately 100 minutes. During that time, roughly 66 aircraft landed successfully, many on the wrong carrier. The fleet's total illuminated deck area, approximately 1.6 million square feet across 15 carriers, presented the largest lighted naval target in the history of warfare to that point. Every minute the lights remained on was a minute in which a single torpedo from an unseen submarine could have turned the rescue into a catastrophe. Mitchell kept the lights on. The submarines, if they were watching, did not attack. Whether this was luck or absence, the records do not reveal. The lights went out sometime after 2200 hours, when the last recoverable aircraft had been brought aboard or accounted for. The fleet returned to blackout. The sudden darkness, a kind of second shock after the brilliance of the illumination. Below decks, in the ready rooms and wardrooms, the pilots who had made it back were being debriefed, fed, and, in some cases, treated for minor injuries from hard landings. The ready room chairs that were occupied that morning, and empty now, were noted but not discussed. The bureaucracy of loss, identifying the missing, beginning the notification process, would start in the morning. The question that attaches to this night and will not release it is whether the illumination was an act of redemptive leadership or an admission of error. Mitchell's order to turn on the lights unquestionably saved dozens of aircraft and crews that would otherwise have ditched. But the lights would not have been necessary had the strike not been launched at extreme range in fading daylight. The crisis Mitchell resolved so dramatically was a crisis his own decision had created. His defenders argue this is irrelevant, that the mark of a leader is how he responds when things go wrong, and Mitchell's response was magnificent. His critics argue that the mark of a leader is not creating the crisis in the first place. I believe both assessments are correct simultaneously, and that the tension between them is not a flaw in the historical analysis, but an accurate reflection of the irreducible complexity of command. Mitchell gambled. The gamble cost more than it gained, and then he moved heaven and earth to limit the cost. All three statements are true. None of them cancels the others. Chapter 15. The Rescue and the Reckoning. The 21st of June, 1944. Dawn over the Philippine Sea. The light returns to an ocean that is, to the naked eye, empty and indifferent. The same blue expanse it was before 3 days of battle briefly made it the most dangerous water on earth. But scattered across roughly 10,000 square miles of this ocean, an area approximately the size of the state of Maryland, are the survivors. Men in life rafts, men clinging to wreckage, men floating in life vests, some alone and some in small groups, all of them waiting. Mitchell has detached 12 destroyers from the fleet screen for rescue duty. The search begins. The rescue operation was a battle of its own, a battle against distance, time, and the mathematics of search theory. A one-man life raft is approximately 6 feet long and rides roughly 8 inches above the waterline. The ocean is very large. Finding these rafts required search aircraft to fly at low altitude, 100 to 200 feet, scanning the water visually for the bright green fluorescent dye markers that pilots were supposed to deploy upon ditching. From 100 feet, the visible horizon is approximately 12 miles. A search aircraft flying at 120 knots covers approximately 2 nautical miles per minute. The probability of visually detecting a life raft within this search corridor, given the raft's small size and the ocean's visual clutter of whitecaps and reflections, was estimated at roughly 60 to 70% per pass. The OS-2U Kingfisher floatplanes, slow, ungainly biplanes normally used for gunfire spotting from battleships and cruisers, became the unlikely heroes of the rescue. Launched from catapults aboard the fast battleships, these aircraft flew low and slow search patterns that maximized their chances of spotting survivors. When they found men in the water, the Kingfishers could do something no other aircraft in the fleet could: land. The OS-2U was a floatplane, equipped with a large central pontoon, and it could set down on the open ocean in moderate sea states. In several documented cases, Kingfisher pilots landed alongside survivors, taxied to them, and loaded them aboard, strapping men onto the wings when the small cockpit was full. One Kingfisher from the battleship Indiana reportedly recovered 3 survivors by this method. The destroyers worked methodically through the search area, following the plots of reported ditching positions compiled from the previous night's radio traffic. The rescue log of the destroyer USS Hickox records a typical recovery. 2 aircrew pulled from a life raft at 0847 hours, both in good condition, approximately 10 hours in the water. The raft contained 1 partially consumed package of K rations and a loaded .38 caliber service revolver. The pilot asked for coffee. The log entry's final detail, coffee provided, is the kind of small human particular that official records rarely capture, and that means everything to the men involved. Approximately 160 aircrew were recovered during the rescue operation, an 80% survival rate for those who successfully ditched and deployed their life rafts. The standard pilot survival kit included the raft, a signal mirror, sea marker dye, a waterproof flashlight, shark repellent of uncertain effectiveness, K rations for approximately 48 hours, and a chemical desalination kit capable of producing roughly 1 pint of drinkable water per day. In the Philippine Sea's 82-degree water temperature, dehydration rather than hypothermia was the primary survival threat. A healthy man with the desalination kit could survive 8 to 12 days. Without it, 3 to 5. Approximately 33 aircrew from the 20th of June strike were never recovered. Some were confirmed dead, aircraft seen to crash with no survivors. Others simply vanished. No distress call recorded, no wreckage found, no raft spotted during the search. These men entered the category that military records label missing, a word that contains within it every possibility, from quick death to slow death, to the infinitesimal chance of survival on an uncharted reef. The category closes formally after a prescribed period. The uncertainty for the families does not close. When I consider the rescue operation, what strikes me is its position in the narrative. Most accounts of the Philippine Sea end emotionally with "turn on the lights," Mitch's dramatic order serving as the climactic moment. The rescue is an afterthought, a paragraph or 2 of resolution. But for the 160 men pulled from the water, the battle did not end when the lights came on. It ended when a hand reached down from a destroyer's deck and pulled them from the Pacific. Their war lasted 12, 18, 24 hours longer than the narrative war. The structure of storytelling compresses their experience into a footnote. I don't think it should. At least 3 Japanese aircrew were recovered during the rescue operation. They had ditched during the 19th of June raids and survived in life rafts for over 36 hours before American destroyers found them. They were taken prisoner. processed through fleet intelligence, and their names appear in the POW intake records. In the calculus of the battle, they are statistical noise. In the calculus of individual survival, 2 days in a raft on the open Pacific, surrounded by an enemy fleet, waiting to be found by men who might kill you or might save you. Their experience is as harrowing as any American survivors. The rescue operation consumed approximately 4,200 tons of destroyer fuel, 12 Fletcher-class destroyers running at high speed for roughly 30 hours. A Fletcher-class destroyer at 30 knots burns approximately 38 tons of fuel per hour. The fuel cost of the rescue was roughly equivalent to the fuel cost of the strike that created the need for rescue. This recursive mathematics, spending resources to recover from spending resources, is the signature of an operation that exceeded its margins. Mitchell spent fuel to launch the strike. The strike spent fuel to reach the target. The aircraft spent fuel to return. The aircraft that couldn't return spent their crews into the ocean. The destroyers spent fuel to find the crews. At every stage, the bill came due in the same currency. Fuel burned, time consumed, distance covered. By the evening of the 21st, the rescue operation was winding down. The last of the recoverable survivors had been found, or the search areas had been covered enough times that further searching offered diminishing returns. The destroyers rejoined the fleet. The carriers tallied their aircraft, which planes had returned, which were missing, which had landed on the wrong ship and needed to be transferred. The ready room rosters were updated. Replacement pilots and aircraft would arrive from escort carriers and rear area depots within days. The bureaucratic machinery of personnel accounting, next of kin notifications, personal effects inventories, bunk reassignments, began its work while the fleet was still at sea. The battle was over. The paperwork was just beginning. Chapter 16. What Ozawa reported. The Archaeology of Defeat. November 1945. Japan, under American occupation. A room in a requisitioned building. Vice Admiral Jisaburō Ozawa sits across from American interrogators conducting the United States Strategic Bombing Survey, the extraordinary post-war project that systematically debriefed the Japanese military leadership about every major operation of the Pacific War. The transcript is clinical question and answer format, typed on thin paper that has yellowed in the 80 years since. On page 12, an exchange occurs that is, to me, the most human moment in the entire USSBS archive. The interrogator asks how many carrier aircraft Ozawa had operational after the battle. Ozawa answers, approximately 35. The interrogator asks, 35 out of how many? The transcript notes a pause. Ozawa answers, approximately 430. The transcript then records something it almost never records, a physical detail. Ozawa asked for a glass of water. In thousands of pages of USSBS interrogation transcripts, covering dozens of officers and hundreds of questions, this is one of the only moments where the human body intrudes into the bureaucratic format. The pause and the water tell me more about the weight of defeat than any statistical analysis could. Ozawa's immediate after-action report to Combined Fleet Headquarters in late June of 1944 had framed the battle differently than the USSBS testimony would. The report acknowledged heavy losses. 3 carriers sunk, aircraft losses of approximately 330, which was close to the actual figure and suggests Ozawa had a better count than is sometimes assumed. But the report emphasized that the fleet's surface combatants were largely intact. 7 carriers, 5 battleships, 13 cruisers, and most of the destroyers had survived. The framing was deliberate. What remained was still a fleet. it could fight again. The emphasis on surviving hulls, rather than on the absent air groups, was a bureaucratic sleight of hand that had strategic consequences. Admiral Toyoda, commanding the combined fleet from Japan, read Ozawa's report and drew a conclusion that would shape the next major battle of the war. If the surface fleet was intact, but the carrier air groups were destroyed, then the next operation would use the fleet differently, not as a carrier striking force, but as a surface combatant formation that happened to include carriers. The carriers, stripped of meaningful air groups, would become decoys. This logic produced directly the battle plan for Leyte Gulf 4 months later, in which Ozawa's surviving carriers sailed north to draw Halsey's Third Fleet away from the Leyte invasion beaches, while Kurita's surface force attacked the transports. The Philippine Sea didn't just defeat Japan's carrier aviation. It reorganized Japan's entire naval strategy around the fact of that defeat. The US SBS interrogation methodology itself deserves scrutiny because it shaped the post-war historical record in ways that are not always acknowledged. The interrogators worked from prepared questions based on pre-analyzed intelligence, decoded messages, photographic evidence, captured documents. They employed what they called narrative elicitation, asking subjects to recount events chronologically and then cross-referencing the narrative against known facts to identify discrepancies. Ozawa's narrative was notable for its accuracy. He had relatively few factual errors about dates, positions, and force dispositions, but it was also notable for its omissions. He consistently attributed his defeat to American material superiority rather than Japanese pilot training failures. The US SBS team noted this deflection, but did not press it aggressively. Ozawa's resignation offer after the battle and its refusal carries different meanings, depending on which historical interpretation you follow. The American reading, standard in English language accounts, is that Combined Fleet refused the resignation because institutional denial prevented honest assessment of the disaster. The Japanese reading is different and more complex. Ozawa was retained because he had proven he could accept catastrophic loss without losing his ability to command. 4 months later, he would sail his empty carriers toward Halsey's fleet, knowing they were bait, knowing they would likely be sunk, and knowing that their sacrifice was the price of the Leyte Gulf plan. The man who offered to resign after the Philippine Sea became the man who volunteered for a mission that was, functionally, a fleet-level suicide. Whether this represents institutional dysfunction or a particular kind of strategic clarity depends entirely on where you stand. One remark in Ozawa's US SBS testimony is rarely quoted, but strikes me as the most revealing thing he said. When pressed on the causes of the defeat, Ozawa stated that the outcome had been decided before the fleet left Tawi Tawi. When asked to elaborate, he cited pilot training qualities specifically, not fuel, not intelligence, not American technology. The man who commanded the defeat privately agreed with the thesis that Japanese historians have spent decades documenting. The pilot factory was the decisive failure. But he would not say this officially in 1944, in a report to superiors who had ordered him to fight with the pilots he had. The gap between Ozawa's private understanding and his official reporting is the gap between individual honesty and institutional obligation, and it is a gap that exists in every military organization in every war. The aircrew losses at the Philippine Sea included a disproportionate number of the remaining experienced carrier aviators, flight leaders and section leaders who had survived Midway, the Solomons, and Rabaul. Japan produced over 28,000 aircraft in 1944. The industrial base could replace the machines. It could not replace the men who knew how to use them effectively. The loss of these experienced aviators was qualitatively different from the quantitative loss of aircraft. It was the loss of institutional knowledge, the accumulated skill of thousands of flight hours, the combat intuition that cannot be taught in a classroom, the ability to navigate, fight, and survive that separated a veteran from a student. After the Philippine Sea, that knowledge was gone. The surviving carriers displaced a combined 174,000 tons, still a substantial fleet on paper. But with 35 operational aircraft between them, the ratio of combat power to hull tonnage had collapsed. The fleet had become what military analysts call a hollow force, structurally present, operationally empty. A carrier without aircraft is a very large, very expensive, very vulnerable transport ship. 7 of them is a convoy, not a strike force. The statistical definition of this hollowness, less than 6 aircraft per 10,000 tons of displacement, compared to 9 per 10,000 before the battle, quantifies what Ozawa felt in his bones. He had ships. He didn't have a navy. In 1964, 20 years after the battle, Ozawa and Spruent met in Japan. The meeting was arranged by mutual acquaintances and carries no official record. Thomas Buell, Spruent's biographer, reports that the 2 men spoke through an interpreter for approximately an hour. Neither man discussed the battle in detail. They talked about their grandchildren, 2 admirals who had fought the largest carrier battle in history, sitting in a room in peacetime, choosing to discuss their families instead of their war. It may be the most human detail in this entire account, and it is the detail I choose to end this chapter with, because it reminds me that behind every operational plan, every signal log, every fuel requisition form, there were men who eventually went home and became grandfathers, and that this, more than any tonnage figure or aircraft count, is what survived the Philippine Sea. Chapter 17. The battle that won a war and started an argument. In the papers of Samuel Eliot Morison, the official historian of United States naval operations in the Second World War, held at Harvard University's Houghton Library, there is a draft passage for Volume 8 of his history that was cut from the final publication. The deleted passage begins, "It is the opinion of many flag officers, expressed to me privately, that Spruent should have," and then Morison crossed out the next 4 lines so heavily that they cannot be read, even under magnification. In the margin, he wrote, "This is a controversy I will leave to others." The official historian of the United States Navy, a man with access to every document and every officer involved, looked at the Spruent debate and decided it was too dangerous to adjudicate. And 80 years later, it still is. The immediate aftermath of the Philippine Sea was strategic success and tactical dissatisfaction, an uncomfortable combination that satisfied no one completely. Saipan was secured by the 9th of July, Tinian by the 1st of August, and Guam by the 10th of August. The Mariana Islands were American, and within months, B-29 Superfortress bombers were operating from newly constructed airfields on Saipan, Tinian, and Guam, putting the Japanese home islands within range of sustained strategic bombardment. This was the operation's objective, and it was achieved. The Philippine Sea had protected the invasion that made it possible. By the metric of mission accomplishment, the metric Spruent optimized for, the battle was an unqualified success. But the aviator's metric, enemy fleet destroyed, told a different story. 3 Japanese carriers sunk, yes. 315 to 330 carrier aircraft destroyed, yes. But 6 carriers had escaped. The battleships had escaped. The cruiser and destroyer screen was intact. The Japanese surface fleet would fight again at Leyte Gulf in October. where it would come closer to reaching American invasion transports than it ever did at the Philippine Sea. The aviators' argument was straightforward. If Spruents had released Micha on the night of the 19th, Task Force 58 could have caught Ozawa at dawn on the 20th and finished the job. No Leyte Gulf, no kamikaze crisis, possibly a shorter war. The argument is compelling. It is also unprovable because it rests on a counterfactual, what would have happened if Spruents had pursued, that can never be tested. The historiographical camps have crystallized over 8 decades into distinct positions. The Spruent school, represented by Thomas Buell's biography and by Morrison's cautious endorsement, emphasizes mission accomplishment, force protection, and the demonstrated success of the defensive strategy. The Japanese carrier air force was destroyed, whether or not the fleet was chased. The Micha school, represented by Clark Reynolds and the aviation historians, emphasizes the unrepeatable opportunity to annihilate the Japanese fleet as a fighting force, and thereby eliminate the need for the battles that followed. I have spent months with these documents, and I cannot choose between these positions because the evidence genuinely supports both. The debate is not about facts. It is about values, what you believe a commander should prioritize when mission completion and enemy destruction diverge. The strategic consequences of the Philippine Sea extended far beyond the Marianas Campaign. The destruction of Japanese carrier aviation forced Japan into 2 desperate doctrines that defined the final year of the Pacific War. The first was the kamikaze, the systematic use of aircraft as guided missiles, piloted by men who were, in effect, replacing the precision that trained pilots could no longer provide, with the certainty that a human being aiming his aircraft at a ship would not miss. The kamikaze doctrine was born directly from the void the Philippine Sea created. If you cannot train pilots to deliver ordnance accurately and survive, you can at least train them to deliver themselves accurately without the need for survival. The second doctrine was the use of surviving carriers as decoys at Leyte Gulf. Ozawa's empty flat tops sailing north to draw Halsey away from the beaches, sacrificing themselves to create an opening for the surface fleet. The battle validated several principles that would shape naval warfare for the rest of the century. The primacy of the carrier as a defensive system, not merely a platform for offensive strikes, but an integrated network of radar, fighter direction, combat air patrol, and proximity-fused anti-aircraft fire that could defeat massed air attack. The decisive role of submarines in fleet-on-fleet warfare. 2 submarines accomplished more strategic damage than 300 fighters. The critical importance of pilot training quality over aircraft quantity. Japan had the planes, but not the pilots, and the planes without the pilots were wreckage. And the centrality of communications intelligence in shaping operational decisions, not as omniscience, but as a fractional advantage that, compounded across dozens of decisions, tilted the battlefield. What the battle demonstrated most powerfully was a concept that modern military theorists call systems warfare, the integration of multiple technologies and doctrines into a defensive system greater than the sum of its parts. The radar alone was just data. The Combat Information Center without fighters was just analysis. The fighters without radar were just a combat air patrol hoping to be in the right place. The proximity fuse without fighter direction was just a slightly better shell. Together, they created an air defense system that made the traditional massed carrier strike, the tactic that had dominated naval warfare since Tarawa and Pearl Harbor, obsolete in a single afternoon. Japan was fighting the last carrier battle of one era. America was fighting the first systems battle of the next. The American losses, approximately 123 aircraft destroyed, and 49 aircrew killed or missing were modest by the standards of Pacific carrier battles. The Japanese losses, 3 carriers, approximately 400 aircraft, and roughly 480 aircrew, were catastrophic by any standard. The exchange ratio, measured in tonnage destroyed per American life, was among the most lopsided in naval history. The battle worked. The system worked. The controversy is not about whether the Americans won. They did, overwhelmingly, but about whether they won enough. It is a controversy born of success so complete that even its architects argued about whether it should have been more complete still. I end where I began, 7 chapters and many months ago, in the margin of a fuel requisition form at Tawi Tawi, where an anonymous hand wrote a single character, dangerous, next to a specific gravity reading for unrefined Borneo crude oil. That hand understood, before the admirals and the planners and the pilots, that the battle about to unfold would be decided by chemistry, not courage. The fuel was the foundation. Everything that followed, the training collapse, the outrange doctrine, the shuttle bombing plan, the turkey shoot, the submarines beneath the air battle, the sinking of Taiho by her own ventilation system, the signal log's 6-inch gap, the fuel gauges counting down to 0, the lights turning on over a dark ocean, all of it connects back to that margin note. I wish I could find the name of the person who wrote it. I cannot. They understood something essential about this battle before it was a battle, and they expressed it in the smallest possible format. A single character, in pencil, on a form that nobody was meant to read twice. The war moved on. The form went into a filing cabinet. The fleet sailed east, and the fuel, as warned, burned. The total accounting of the Battle of the Philippine Sea reduces to a set of figures that are simple to state and difficult to absorb. 3 Japanese carriers sunk. Approximately 395 to 430 carrier aircraft destroyed. Roughly 450 to 480 Japanese aircrew killed. Against this, 123 American aircraft lost, 49 American aircrew dead. 1 American battleship moderately damaged. No American carriers lost. The Mariana Islands secured. B-29 bases established. The inner ring of Japan's defense perimeter broken permanently. The numbers are clean. The argument they produced is not. It has lasted 82 years, and counting.